is extremely important in a federation. In fact, when people talk about justice or injustice, it's because it hasn't affected you. You think it will not come to you. If you, in 2013, I had an interview. I said that the injustice method for Igbos will be going around. I also wrote why the Igbo youths are angry. Today, all youths in Nigeria are angry. They're angry because one affected one group, and it was like an isolated case, has become a plague. So what do? So the Igbos are getting ready, and they are fighting. Like every battle, you need a few good men to win. It takes a few to achieve victory for many. Speaking with one word, one voice. That is not political now. One voice is dictatorial. One voice is unacceptable in a plural society, especially irrepressible pluralistic society like Nigeria. Certainly irrepressible individualists like Igbos. Now, my friend, what are Igbos bringing? In fact, they are bringing visible and conspicuous achievement, capacity to turn difficulties, to turn these national difficulties into dividends for Nigeria, obstacles into opportunities. Let me tell you the truth. Nations are saved by two kinds of events, either through leadership or through structure, none of which has worked in Nigeria. The Igbo man can change it. He's not a greedy man. He is also not a lazy man. Forget every perception you may have about the Igbos. The Igbos know how to share things and let others begin to take. And he's willing to take the last. Just as we are taking the last of all the zones in Nigeria for presidency. You will see a difference, my friend. The difference will be clear. The difference will be that the country will be stable because you are getting a government that will embrace justice, equity, and fairness. Charity to all and malice towards none. We are the federating people in Nigeria. Yes. If Nigerians live in the moon, the Igbo man is there. He is there. The truth of the matter is that you just don't want to use their talent. But it is your own loss. Look at it. I went to South Korea in the 80s. South Korea was developed within 10 years. One of the advisors, economic advisor that the World Bank sent there was Kale de Kakal. Go and ask. So, what are we talking about there? Speaking with one voice. My friend, we will not speak with one voice. We are not mumu. Igbos will speak with different voices, reasonable different voices, then articulated by a leadership that has a sense of direction and knows what matters. Indeed, with this question of one voice, look at where one voice has kept us. No voice anymore. Come on, my friend. Don't provoke me with your voice.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
All right, thank you for staying with us, and sorry for that distraction, if that's what I'm to call it. All right, so we're still looking at the flood issue, the hygiene angle of it, and how it can be managed. Majinja, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just want to ask our guest a question. Yeah, and this has to do with the community and the sustainability. Reports show that wash practices like water treatment, safe storage, and hand hygiene are severely impacted during floods. Beyond the government intervention, how do we drive long-term behavioral change and community-led sanitation to that, so that communities can protect themselves even when infrastructure fails?
Oh, okay. You're still throwing that same line. Let me just quickly answer your question and then touch on the real issues that everybody should pay attention to right away, because we're in a state of emergency. Yes, already people are the ones that are doing self-provision. 90-something% of supplies in all our cities, most of our cities, it's from bowls, individual bowls. Our table water is sachet water. In most
external
cities,
affairs,
public supply is probably less than 7%. So the communities are they are the ones that are self-providing to this point, and then the floods have come to threaten even their self-provision. So the question is, where do they go? If your private bowl, if it's overwhelmed by flood and it's contaminated, where do you go? What do you do? So that's where we need to look at it holistically. Number one, there must be a concerted effort to restore to public water supply. It's absolutely important. Otherwise, you want people to die because they are taking water from their private bowls, especially in those heavily flooded areas. Number two, our sanitation practices, especially fecal sludge management, is a big problem now. You know, the fecal sludge that we evacuate from our septic tanks, we just dump them somewhere. They're not properly managed. Some of the time, they even commix with solid materials, and there's a leachate that has a long-term threat. But even that one now, when there's flood, this is carried to the street carried to pollute groundwater and all that. So when you look at that, it's a serious situation. Can you imagine those dump sites overwhelmed with flood? So that also requires emergency. Nevertheless, on a private level, don't even trust sachet water. And I'm not demarketing them. We've done studies in the past where we found E. coli in sachet water. So the onus is on households to treat their water before they drink. Basic boil, or probably look for whatever, just to make sure that what you are drinking is safe. But you know that is not a sustainable situation. So I'm still calling on the government at this point. This is an advocacy that the government should rise. Already we've declared the state of emergency for WASH in Nigeria. It is time to put resources, to put boots on the ground. Otherwise, a lot of our communities will break down with cholera disease. This flood is not joking. It's overwhelming our septic tanks. Can you imagine places where they have pit latrine and then flood encroaches? What do you think is going to be the impact? So yes, our people should be careful to not to block, drainages, channels, and all that. But the current situation where we are has gone beyond all those individual practices. Massive water is coming downstream. The sea level is rising, is pushing back. So it has distorted the natural course of water. And then we now have our own practices that require massive government intervention. How do we make sure that we keep this fecal matter treated, properly contained, so that flood will not come and push it back to us? So this is an appeal, because I want to use this time to appeal to the government. We are in a state of emergency, and the government must pay attention to WASH services now, because the floods have impaired. Can you imagine, even in some places, people don't even have access into the water treatment plant. Water treatment plant that has its own issues in terms of asset maintenance. Now, they are also overwhelmed by flood in some places. Electromechanical equipment are flooded. So we need to pay real attention, and the government must pay attention to public water supply. That is how we can deliver our people from diseases. We need to restore public water supply so that we can guarantee water, the quality of water in the taps.
Roundup, we are taken in by issue of the issue of technical issues that interrupted what we're talking about. How much has the government used the WASH expert, water, sanitation and hygiene expert? Because we see most of the WASH and sanitation experts are interested in reports and academics, and the real issues are taking us an emergency, and they are somewhere relegated to the background. No government is interested in what they do. Even the government you are calling upon, are they going to be appealed? Are they not seeing this emergency? Are they protected by any other thing? And then we just want you to quickly talk about this, and we talk. But this talk, we guarantee you will continue even after now, because it's very sensitive topic. Thank you.
Not just in the WASH sector, Nigerians are brilliant. All over the world, we are pulling our weight. It does not just transfer to good governance, and that's why we continue to have this conversation. So even if we know what to do, and then the government is not prioritizing, or maybe the resources are not enough. For example, I was somewhere in Sokoto, and then they told me that this Goroyo Dam area is silted up, and there's no resources there. Even if they want to desilt that basin, that dam, they don't even know where they're going to put. That is not going to have adverse environmental impact, So yes, there are experts, and we keep profiling, we keep using data research and all that. Even when you go to government circles, they have different kind of programs, they will lay it down for you, but the devil is in the implementation. But now our chicken has come home to roost. You can't run away from it. The flood is coming in, and the impact is evident. So the government has no choice. Now it's time for the water professionals to begin to speak up, to let the government know that we are sitting on a time bomb and you have to prioritize it. As a matter of fact, any government that does not tackle this issue should not win election. Let's use advocacy to injure anybody's electoral fortune if they continue to look at our communities being flooded and they just come and tell us stories. This impact is devastating, and it means that we must not allow the government to just sleep over it and think it's just going to go away, like they expect almost all problems to go away without making concerted efforts. We need resources. We need performance-driven intervention. We want to make sure that even when the flood comes and people will still drink good water, we want to make sure that we don't treat our fecal matter carelessly anymore. And the experts are supposed to get to the streets, and let's begin to monitor that the right things are being done. Otherwise, there is a collateral damage, and nobody will be able to escape from it. Either directly or indirectly, it's going to impact everybody. Nobody jokes with water. It was flood that God used to destroy the whole world. So we know that water, you can't joke. You can tame fire, but you can't tame wide water. When it breaks its banks, you can expect the consequences. So I'm using this medium to raise alarm, to raise advocacy, that the government must rise up and set up special committee in all the states at the federal level, so that we don't run into trouble. We're already in trouble, but we can still get out of it if we give it the correct attention.
Mark Adeyemi, for joining us this morning and help us to understand the flooding situation and how important it is for the federal government to come in and help salvage the situation we are facing right now. Please, we are going to do this with you again. We apologize for the inconveniences while we were having the program, but we hope to have you again to have this conversation. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, then we'll be jumping up for a short break. We'll come back shortly where we have our next guest to talk about something that you just don't want to miss. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Floor, Kemi immigrant floor of the wall. So imagine you are in the shower to the right hand side where the grab rail is, it's the floor at the bottom. So
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. We are glad you are still with us on Signature Morning. Our next guest is Dr. Chukwuma Chidozie Kachi. He is the President, Public-Private Practice Practitioners of Nigeria, P3PAN, and is going to talk on this very important topic, private-public practice as viable option for states to execute mega projects in Nigeria. Quite recently, we see what Abia State is doing with PPP, and we think that PPP experts should tell us why states should explore more options of PPP to execute bigger projects. And we welcome you, Dr. Kachi. Welcome on Signature TV, Signature Morning. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Thank you for having me here again to discuss PPP, which is actually a viable option, not just for states, federal government, states and local governments, to provide infrastructure and services to citizens so that they can enjoy the benefits of democracy. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Yes, Dr. Kachi, why, if PPP is a very good option, why is it highly misunderstood? Why is it that most states are finding it difficult to really enter into a PPP that works? What is the challenge, or what are the challenges that are making PPP not making most states in Nigeria who have lofty ideas of mega projects not adhering and applying PPP as an option to do this? Can you lead us into that, sir?
Thank you very much. Well, there is no monocausal factor to any situation, good or bad. There are always many factors that are responsible for any situation. In this case, the primary factor is traditional procurement mindset. You know, there are two methods of procurement: traditional procurement, where government pays from its budget, and PPP, where the private party comes with its finance. We are used to traditional procurement. We are used to government paying for contracts. So to shift to the private party, private sector coming to pay for a project is not very easy because it needs paradigm shifts. The officials obviously prefer traditional procurement. Chiefly is that PPP fosters transparency. Whatever you are doing must be transparent. People must know what you are doing. And it does not really allow corruption. It reduces it to a minimum. For instance, in traditional procurement, a job of 10 billion can be inflated to 15 billion.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without. News in your pocket.
We are live at the International Conference Center, here, where the Federal Ministry of Defense, in collaboration with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement Southeast, presents the first Southeast Security Summit. And this year's theme, it's a big one, where we have the different governors of the five southeast zones coming, different governors representing, and the governors themselves being here. We have the ENUGU Deputy Governor already here. We have, of course, the Chief Justice, Mary Peter Odele. She's also here, and different personalities and policy stakeholders. They are all here set for this very summit. It promises to be engaging and also exciting because Nigerians are expecting security solution in the southeast region and also Nigeria entirely. Stay with us as we get more content coming your way on Signature Television. Let's enjoy the view.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Of ceremonies of this epochal occasion. May I, on behalf of the convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, retired OFR, warmly welcome Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Regional Security Summit 2026. The theme of this summit is collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast geopolitical zone of Nigeria has historically been a vibrant hub of commerce and industry. However, it currently faces evolving security challenges ranging from violent non-state actors, separatist agitations, and rural banditry. This has strained local economies, disrupted social cohesion, and challenged traditional law enforcement frameworks. Overcoming these threats requires moving beyond isolated kinetic military responses towards a unified civilian medium. Grounded in the principles of structural functionalism, national security is a wheel where every institution, state governments, and community leadership structures act as a vital spoke. And if one spoke fails, the wheel wobbles. It is against this backdrop that the Southeast Security Summit 2026 is conceived as a critical platform to synchronize regional state actors, federal defense apparatuses, and community stakeholders. By fostering information superiority, intelligence sharing, and socio-economic resilience, the Southeast region can transit from reactive containment to proactive deterrence. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, It is my singular honor and privilege to invite with profound respect our convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General C.G. Musa, retired OFR, to deliver his opening remarks. Please join me with a most resounding round of applause as I invite our amiable convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense. Don't worry.
You have the protocol list? Yes. Thank you very much, the MC. Our esteemed special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Abdulaziz Musa Yar'Adua, Chairman, Senate Committee on Army. Our chief host, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, the Executive Governor of Abia State, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Representative of Honorable Ministers of Innovation and Technology, Representative of the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, Representative of the Service Chiefs, the Keynote Speaker, Lieutenant General A.O. Hejrika, retired CFR, Summit 2026. I sincerely commend the government and people of Abia State for hosting this landmark event and appreciate the invaluable collaboration of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement Southeast, whose partnership has made this summit possible. Today's summit marks the beginning of a new chapter in our collective efforts to promote peace, security, and development in the Southeast. As a maiden edition, it reflects our shared resolve to move beyond isolated interventions towards a more coordinated, inclusive, and sustainable approach to addressing the security challenges confronting the region. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, is both timely and profound. It recognizes that the security challenges of our time have become increasingly complex, dynamic, and interconnected. Consequently, no single institution, security agency, or level of government can effectively address these challenges in isolation. Lasting security can only be achieved through collaboration, mutual trust, information sharing, strategic partnership, and the active participation of communities. In a short form, what we need is, we want to hear from you. What are the issues on ground? What is required? What challenges? What do we need to do? It is not that we sit down somewhere and decide for the region. We want the region to speak for itself. And we feel that will get us more input into what is supposed to be done. So we appreciate all of you that are here today. And we assure you that whatever is discussed here will be taken very seriously, because the president really wants peace, because without peace, there cannot be development. The choice of the theme also reinforces an important truth, that security is not solely the responsibility of the armed forces, the police, or other security agencies. It is a shared responsibility that requires the collective commitment of government, traditional institutions, religious leaders, community organizations, the private sector, the media, civil society, youth and women groups, as well as every patriotic citizen. When communities actively support security efforts by providing credible information, promoting dialogue, rejecting violence, and fostering peaceful coexistence, they become indispensable partners in safeguarding our nation. The Southeast remains one of the most vibrant regions, renowned for its entrepreneurial spirit, innovation, commerce, and human capacity. Are we talking of sports, creativity, innovation? All exist here. However, the persistent challenges of violent criminality, kidnapping, attacks on security personnel, and public infrastructure, the proliferation of illicit arms, youth restiveness, and misinformation continue to undermine public confidence, economic growth, and social cohesion. Addressing these challenges demands more than security operations. It requires a comprehensive approach that tackles both the immediate threats and their underlying causes. This summit therefore provides training, acquisition of modern equipment, enhanced intelligence gathering, and strong interagency coordination. These efforts are producing measurable gains across various theaters of operation. Nevertheless, enduring peace can only be sustained when communities themselves become active stakeholders in the security architecture. Communities must feel they are being led properly, they are being cared for, and their concerns are being addressed. This summit should therefore serve as a platform for building stronger partnership between government and the people. It should strengthen confidence, encourage community ownership of security initiatives, and reinforce the bonds of unity that have always defined our nation. We must reject narratives that seek to divide our people and instead embrace dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation as the foundation for lasting peace. As we deliberate over the course of this summit, I encourage every participant to contribute constructively and without reservation. Let our discussions produce practical recommendations that will strengthen existing security mechanisms, deepen regional cooperation, and enhance the capacity of our institutions to respond effectively to emerging threats. I'm very happy that the representative of the IGP is also here, who will also give us some inputs as to issues on ground. It is my sincere expectation that this maiden summit will become an enduring annual platform for strategic engagement, continuous dialogue, and coordinated action among all stakeholders. But most importantly, the regions must work and think alike. They must come together, removing any personality clash or individual differences for the good of the region. And with that, the region will continue to fly very high. I hope it will reaffirm our collective commitment to building a peaceful, secure, and prosperous Southeast that contributes meaningfully to the unity, stability, and development of our great nation. So at the end of it is for us to answer these questions. How far so far? What are the challenges? What are the solutions? What do we need to do as individuals? What do we request from our government? What is our responsibility as citizens to our nation? I think these are critical questions that each and every one of us should be able to answer on its own. And to find out whether you are contributing to the peace and security of the region. On this note, it is my singular honor and privilege to formally declare the Southeast Regional Security Summit open. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I think we can do better by applauding the Honorable Minister of Defense. Gentlemen, I'd like to again welcome all of us to Umuahia, the capital of Abia State. Today we have a convergence of governors of the Southeast states. We have from the National Assembly, the minister, and of course, senior officials of the Federal Ministry of Defense, heads of security agencies, top government officials, religious leaders, and of course, not forgetting the traditional rulers, captains of industry, and members of the civil society organization. And of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, it all borders on collaboration of the different South-8 states in ensuring a nation that, of course, is indeed secure for its citizenry. And of course, when we look at the need of having the South-8 states come together in synergy for a summit of this nature, you would also understand that going by the community borders that interrelates the various states of Nigeria, this summit is indeed apt. Today in this room, I'd like to recognize and welcome the representative of the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Oborababio, GCON. And of course, we have seated His Excellency, our security-friendly governor of Abia State, a man who will stop at nothing in ensuring that the security architecture of this great state is indeed tight, and of course would give criminals a chase for their activities. I'd like to welcome Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Let me also appreciate his brother governors from the South-8 states of Nigeria. And today in this room, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, is here represented by his deputy, Her Excellency Lady Chinyere Ihuoma Ekumaro, PhD. I want to also inform us that His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, is here represented by his deputy, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. You're welcome. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Francis Ogbonnawifuru, is here represented by the Speaker of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Moses E.J. Odunwa. You're welcome. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of ENUGU State, is here represented. Dr. Peter Ndubisimba is also here represented by no less a personality than his deputy, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. I'd like to also appreciate the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, CFR, PhD. You're welcome. Let me also appreciate the Honorable Convener of this summit, the first of its kind in the Southeast, Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, OFR. Sir, thank you for this gathering. Honorable Minister of Information, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, FNIPR, you're highly welcome. I'd like to also recognize the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, here represented by Engineer Dr. Ibiam. Let me also appreciate our dear Deputy Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Engineer Ikechukwu Emeto, Fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement for the Southeast. You're highly welcome. I've also been notified that the very distinguished senator representing the good people of Abia Central Senatorial District, Honorable Austin, Senator Austin Akobondo, sir, you're highly welcome. Let me appreciate the Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, retired, Honorable Justice Mary Odili, CFR, ma'am, you're welcome. I'd like to also appreciate the Speaker of the Abia State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Emmanuel Ihioma Emerowa. Join me also as I recognize an elder statesman of note and of course a pride, Tundi Igbo, a former military governor of the old Imo State, a very distinguished senator of note, General Ike Omasanda Wachuku, CFR, you're welcome. Let me appreciate also the service chiefs in attendance. We have the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke, you're welcome. We have also the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral I. Abbas, represented by the Rear Admiral S.D. Ibrahim. We have also the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhuri Badu, represented by Major General Hilary Mabuku, you're highly welcome. GOC 82 Division, Major General O.F. Adairo, you're highly welcome, sir. Let me also appreciate the chairman of the Abia State Security Advisory Council and a former chief of army staff, another great son of Abia and the Southeast, General Azubike Onyabo Ihejirika, CFR, and his team. I'd like to also welcome other former service chiefs in attendance, with particular mention of a former chief of naval staff, the Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala. Service commanders from the Southeast geopolitical zone, we recognize all of you. Chairman of the Abia State Security Trust Fund and his team, we recognize you all. I'd like to appreciate also Chairman of the Abia State Homeland Security Service, Colonel Chidi Okoha, retired, and his team, chairman of the Labour Party, and indeed chairman of the different political parties in this room this afternoon, Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Emmanuel Meribole, Chief of Staff to His Excellency the Governor, Pastor Caleb Ajaba, Ambassador Oke Emuche, MFR, former ambassador to South Africa, honorable commissioners from the different states in the Southeast here seated, we recognize all of you. Special aids to His Excellency the Governor, and indeed to other governors of the Southeast. Permit me to use the special advisor to the Governor on security, Navy Commander MacDonald Oba, retired, to reach out to all of you. Executive mayors of the 17 LGAs in Abia State, using the Algon Mayor, Honorable Chinedum Ekeke, we appreciate all of you. Southeast Veterans Welfare Association, you're highly recognized. Presidents General of different unions here present, the traditional rulers, we appreciate your roles in the various local communities. I want to use the second chairman of Ndieze Abia State, His Royal Majesty Eze F. Onwosu, to reach out to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, what we are here gathered is what every right-thinking government would always bring people from all walks of life to achieve. Bringing together better brains, those who understand how security plays. And of course, in Abia State, we're playing host to a whole lot of critical key stakeholders who have the interest of our dear nation at heart. Permit me, therefore, a lot has been said by my partner on the microphone, and I would like to very warmly at this point invite the chief host of this great event, a man who would stop at nothing in collaborating with his brother governors of the Southeast in ensuring that the Southeast region of Nigeria is safe. Join me, therefore, as I invite His Excellency the Governor, who has gone ahead to launch a multi-agency security outfit known as Operation Crush. And of course, will stop at nothing in establishing the Abia State Security Trust Fund and every other thing he has done to ensure the safety of Ndiabia and the Southeast and Nigerian nation. His Excellency, Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, please come and give us your remarks this very day. Please, a round of applause for the chief host. A round of applause. Continue clapping, please, until he makes his way. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Adeze. You've made the job easier for me. All I would say will be Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I will stand on the very well established protocol. I want to welcome all of you to Abia State and thank you for making it to God's own state. For some of you who are coming for the first time, I would like to plead that you shouldn't live in a hurry. I've already told my friend, the Honorable Minister for Information, that he will be here for at least 4 days. But with better negotiation, maybe I'll give you 3 days and cut off 1, but nothing less. My short address is titled Security and Freedom. Security is the foundation of prosperity, the pillar upon which all outlines of progress rest. The framers of our Constitution understood the central place of security in our development aspirations. So they made it clear in a language that is sufficiently simple that security, together with the welfare of the people, shall be the primary purpose of government. It ultimately follows that until the citizens are made sufficiently secure, free from the threats of criminals and those who profit from chaos, no real development can happen, because everything rests on the guarantee that anyone within the territorial boundaries of our land is free to go about the pursuit of their legitimate endeavors without fear of harassment or death from the purveyors of violence. Therefore, our duty as leaders is to evolve initiatives that make it impossible for the merchants of anarchy to operate freely within our country. We have gathered this morning as leaders of the Southeast region and stakeholders of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in furtherance of our collective mission of keeping our people safe and free from the designs of criminals. On this note, I would like to specially welcome my brother governors and their representatives from the states in our region. The President of the Senate here represented, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, OFR, federal legislators, honorable ministers, leaders, and representatives of the Nigerian people who have joined us in Umuahia for this important summit. Thank you for prioritizing this event and for gracing it with your esteemed presence. The message of this summit is that we are entirely committed to the peace and security of the region, while not disputing the fact that there are still pockets of disturbances in a few communities. It is also not in doubt that a new sense of order is returning to the region. The more interesting development is that even amidst the gains, we are still, as this summit demonstrates, not resting on our oars, for we cannot afford to surrender this great land and its people to the forces of anarchy, sailing on the wind of cynicism. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, is brilliant for the reason that it speaks to the next frontier of efforts at consolidating the gains made recently with respect to intelligence sharing, resource mobilization, and a common commitment to the prosperity of the region. For one, we have established that more often than not, crime is driven by economic considerations. So, what we have simply done is to make it too costly for any intelligent mind to consider. By incentivizing security agents, investing in surveillance technology, and public enlightenment, we have simply made crime and criminality unprofitable in most parts of this region. Again, I acknowledge that we have not hit the bull's eye, but with sincerity of efforts and in keeping with our constitutional role as leaders, we are effectively retaking control of our neighborhoods, highways, markets, centers of worship, forests, farmlands, and wherever people gather for social and economic events. Interestingly, we achieve this without scapegoating anyone. Our resolve is that whoever threatens the peace and security of the region, whatever their motivation, ethnic or religious background, is an enemy of the people and must be dealt with as the law demands. Never again will our hardworking men and women live under the tyranny of criminals. You commit a crime here, you pay the price. The essence of this summit is, however, not to praise ourselves for past gains, but to map the future and stay ahead of the criminals. Thankfully, we have right here in this auditorium the intellect, experience, and foresight to drive the joint objectives of regional security and long-term social stability. All we are required to do is to put on our thinking caps, ask questions, and extract ideas that will enable the consolidation of the gains made so far. For our victory to be total, it will help to connect certain activities, such as the consumption and distribution of illicit drugs, to all forms of crimes, from kidnapping and armed robbery to rape and burglary. Therefore, while we deal decisively with the individuals who carry arms to rob and kill, the same measure of effort should be devoted to tracking those who supply drugs, the ones who keep arms, and others who harbor and shelter them. Progress on this front requires our collective vigilance, the realization that kidnappers, robbers, and drug dealers do not care about human lives, so it is best to expose them as soon as you become conscious of their activities. They are simply criminals and not your brothers or relatives. Report them to the authorities before they harm more people, and that could include you. Beyond dealing frontally with those who threaten the freedom of our people, a foundational step in the war against insecurity is to begin to expand the front lines of economic opportunities, invest in education, create jobs, and expose our young people to more dignified ways of earning. The bottom line, however, is that there is no legitimate reason to commit crime, but oftentimes people are pushed by desperation to do things they would not have ordinarily done if they had better options. Henceforth, a commitment must be made to create opportunities for people to engage their hands and intellect in ventures that increase the economic output of our communities. To this end, let me also express my delight with the progress made in the areas of infrastructure and manpower development across the region over the last few years. Our road networks are getting better, our schools are receiving more attention, and in several urban and rural communities, massive government investments in infrastructure, agriculture, education are driving job opportunities and entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to take a moment to appreciate the Federal Minister of Defense and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, Southeast, for choosing Umuahia as the host city for this summit. We are happy that this event is happening in our state, just as we are grateful for all the support availed us over the weeks of preparations. In Abia, we understand the importance of collaboration, especially on matters of security. Working closely with sister states and brother governors, we are foundational to the restoration of peace and normalcy in several communities that were hitherto under the control of criminal elements a few years ago. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to appreciate the leadership and members of different security agencies in the state for their unrelenting effort to keep Abia safe. This summit is coming at the right time, considering the electioneering season is upon us. I'm therefore optimistic that our interactions will be directed at efforts at curtailing political violence, creating the right atmosphere for the exchange of democratic ideas, while guaranteeing that no one is harmed for their political choices. Beyond the exchange of ideas that will happen over the duration of this event, it will be more rewarding for our individual states and the entire region that quality ideas shared here are carefully implemented to insulate our communities from the menace of crime and criminals. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank you for listening. Thank you for coming to Abia State. And I pray that by the time we are done, that you will get back to your destination safely. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State and the Security Governor of our time, Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Thank you so much. We'll be moving in now to the next item, which is calling for a few goodwill messages, and I would like to thank you.
so far achieved in security. And also especially thank him for sustaining it. Because in the past, we achieve, we don't sustain. There is progress in the security of the nation at large. And now thank the governor for hosting this regional security summit. Because we need to drill it down. If at the center we are getting it right, and then at the regions we are not collaborating, I think it will amount to nothing. So this is art, just like the governor says, that is coming at the right time, especially in the soon to come elections. Ours in Anambra, we've done it, and we've shown that as a people, we can unite and decide to choose a leader. We are looking at others to follow suit. So it's coming at the right time. And also, to say that when we are here, what we need to hear from the people that are here, especially to us in Anambra, is constructive ideas that will help us strengthen what we have so far. The service chiefs, we can only say, may God continue to strengthen you, to bless you. And then the other sister agencies, even to our own local outfits. All the states in the southeast have come up with their own regional security outfits, with their own state security outfits, their local outfits. For us in Anambra is the Agone Chamber, who collaborates with the uniform structure to sustain this security milestone that have been achieved. So ours is simple from Anambra, that this summit will bring something different to the table. Yes, we say that in the past, so much summits have been held. At the end of the day, people will say, where is the result? But we hope that with the present leadership, especially in the country, and the cohesion that has come with the present governor, as a region, as a one city region that we so dream. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Please, a most resounding round of applause for the representative of the Executive Governor of Anambra State. Thank you so very much, sir. Our next goodwill message will be taken from the representative of the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State. As the Speaker of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Moses E.J. Odumwa. Let's welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
Good morning, good day everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the already established protocol. Standing here is the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, the the voice of the hearing is the voice of Right Honorable Geode Francis Ogbonawifu, the governor of Ebonyi State, who has asked me to represent him in this event. It is with profound gratitude to Almighty God and an abiding sense of patriotism that I stand before this distinguished gathering of security experts, military commanders, policy makers, traditional rulers, captains of industry, civil society organizations, youth leaders, and critical stakeholders assembled to deliberate on one of the most important issues confronting our nation, the security of lives, property, and the preservation of regional stability. Permit me to sincerely commend the Federal Ministry of Defense and the Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Community Engagement for conceiving this timely regional security summit. This, to me, reflects the tireless commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration towards building a peaceful, secure, and united Nigeria, where every citizen can pursue legitimate aspirations without fear, with zero consideration and regards to ethnic, political, and creed leanings. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, could not have come at a better time than now, considering the current security realities the nation is facing. The theme, to me, also is not merely an intellectual proposition. I believe it is a practical roadmap for sustainable peace. The theme, I am pretty sure, reminds us that no government, no security agency, and no individual can single-handedly defeat modern security challenges. I believe very strongly that lasting peace is built through cooperation, intelligence sharing, community participation, and mutual trust. This is the strategy we have adopted in Ebonyi State, and it is worthy export approach. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must inform us that security remains the bedrock upon which economic prosperity, infrastructure development, educational advancement, healthcare, delivery, and social harmony are built. Conversely, where insecurity thrives, development retreats. Investors become reluctant. Farmers abandon their farms. Businesses close their doors, and hope gradually gives way to despair. It is against this backdrop that my administration, under the People's Charter of Needs agenda, resolved from its 2023 inception that the protection of lives and property must remain one of the foremost responsibilities of government. How we felt better for 3 years on the saddle. Ebonyi State stands as one of the safest and most peaceful states in Nigeria, not by coincidence, but through deliberate leadership, strategic investments, effective collaboration with security agencies, and the collective support of our peace-loving people. This is by no means an exaggeration. Aware of the changing dynamics of crime and criminality, we have in Ebonyi continued to strengthen the operational capacity of our security architecture through unprecedented investments in modern security infrastructure, crime detection, and emergency response in the state. Knowing fully that today's security challenges require advanced technological solutions, Ebonyi State also deployed modern surveillance drones capable of monitoring difficult terrains, forests, highways, and vulnerable locations. These technologies now complement the exceptional professionalism of our gallant security personnel, who continue to make enormous sacrifices for the safety of our people. As the opposition and enemies of progress would think, These investments are not mere acquisitions of equipment. They represent our bold steps and commitments to create a security ecosystem where criminals have no hiding place and law-abiding citizens can live, work, and invest with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, our administration has firmly believed that security is not achieved by force alone. It is equally sustained through social justice, youth empowerment, education, employment opportunities, and inclusive governance. Of course, that explains why the People's Charter of Needs agenda places enormous emphasis on human capital development, economic empowerment, infrastructural renewal, educational reforms, healthcare expansion, and rural development. We are 24 hours guided by the fact that when people are empowered with education, vocational skills, employment opportunities, and access to entrepreneurship, they become stakeholders in peace rather than instruments of violence. Additionally, when people experience the dividends of democracy through roads, schools, hospitals, stable power and energy supply, functional water supply and sanitation, and economic opportunities, they naturally become partners in safeguarding those investments. This is practically the governance model, which we have tried successfully within the last 3 years and some months in office. Our interventions are driven by the truth that security begins not only in military formations, but also in our homes, schools, churches, markets, communities, and institutions. In furtherance of this philosophy, Ebonyi State has maintained strong collaboration with traditional rulers, town union leaders, religious institutions, youth organizations, and community vigilante structure, who continue to provide valuable grassroots intelligence to security agencies. Distinguished participants, one landmark achievement that gives us immense pride is our sustained support for the newly established depot Nigerian Army, Amasri. The establishment of this strategic military institution within Ebonyi State is a historic milestone, not only for our state, but for the entire Southeast geopolitical zone. We remain deeply grateful to the federal government and the Nigerian Army for this landmark development. From the very beginning, our administration has strong commitment towards the successful establishment and smooth operation of the depot through continuous institutional support, infrastructure collaboration, and the provision of enabling environments. The presence of the depot has not only strengthened our national defense capacity, but has also contributed immensely to local economic growth, employment generation, infrastructural expansion, and enhanced military-civilian cooperation. The man helming the army, Lieutenant General W. Shaibu, was in our state for the personal parade of the 90th regular recruits intake. At the event, we pledge sustained support, and we shall continue to partner with the Nigerian Army because a stronger military translates to a safer nation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, regional security can never be achieved in isolation. Yes, never. Criminals do not recognize state boundaries. Kidnappers, terrorists, and armed robbers, human traffickers, and other transnational criminal elements exploit porous borders and institutional gaps. Our response must therefore be equally coordinated. The Southeast states must continue to deepen collaboration through intelligence sharing, joint security operations, technological integration, and continuous exchange of operational best practices. Equally important is the need to strengthen cooperation between federal security institutions, state governments, local authorities, and host communities. Even citizens must see security as a collective responsibility. Every village must become the eyes and ears of security agencies. Every community leader must become an ambassador of peace. Every youth must reject violence and embrace constructive engagement. Permit me to also appreciate the extraordinary sacrifices of our gallant officers and men of the armed forces, the Nigerian Police Force, the Department of State Security, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Federal Road Safety Corps, the Nigerian Immigration Service, the Nigerian Corrections Service, local security outfits, and every patriotic citizen working tirelessly to keep our community safe. Acknowledge the fact that many have paid the supreme price in defense of our nation, while many continue to work under extreme difficult circumstances. Their courage, patriotism, and undiluted dedication deserve our deepest appreciation and continuous support. As leaders, we owe them not only our gratitude, but also the provision of adequate logistics, modern equipment, quality welfare, and an enabling operational environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate in this summit today in your mind, our discussions must, I repeat, must produce practical solutions capable of strengthening our collective resolve against insecurity. The gathering, as a matter of urgency and necessity, must deepen collaboration rather than competition, strengthen partnerships rather than divisions, inspire innovation rather than complacency. With this, we can build a Southeast that remains peaceful, economically vibrant, and socially stable, where businesses flourish, our farmers cultivate without fear, children learn in safety, and investors confidently establish industries. On behalf of the government and the good people of Ebonyi State, I reaffirm our commitment to supporting every legitimate initiative aimed at strengthening national security, promoting regional peace, and safeguarding our collective future. I pray God Almighty continues to bless our armed forces, bless all our security agencies, bless the Ebonyi State, and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Moses E.J. Dunwa. We'll be taking the next speaker, but before then, because we're here collaborating as a people, I want to crave your indulgence and seek your permission to recognize the President General of Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide, distinguished Senator Azuta John Mbata. You're highly welcome, sir. I'd like to therefore invite for his goodwill message His Excellency the Executive Governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, here represented by the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. Please, your hands together as we welcome him for his goodwill message. We can do better, please. Another round of applause.
Thank you so much. And the Minister for Defense, I thought you would respond. You know, when he spoke and made reference to you that you don't recognize him, I'm the #1 culprit. He took his introduction here for me to go to him to say, Honorable Minister, you're welcome. I think the protocol has been well laid, and our host and principal, the governor of Abia State, has also been well appreciated. And on behalf of the people of ENUGU State, I extend our people's welcome to all our guests. Today's event is timely, and when we gather like this, it just remains for us to make remarks, essentially as pointers to what we think, just as the governor has graciously laid the foundation on what we may begin to refer to and will consider in our security struggles to protect and defend. The broader threat of terrorism and criminality that we face is real. We can't avoid that, and we can't pretend that it's not with us. The existence of internet that has in their homes and frighten them and cow them from offering information to security services to defend us is also real. And the convergence of these two heightens the challenges that security officers, men and women in uniform, face. As some national governments, we make all our investment that we can make to support and aid the protection of lives and properties of our people. Because for those of us who serve, that's our number one solemn duty. But to do that, we need to keep working with the security services. And when you drive from ENUGU to Abia to Imo, Ebonyi, all parts of Southeast, you see our men and women in uniform, the military officers, on patrol on our roads. So the question is, how did we get there? How did we come to a point that we moved men and women in uniform from defending and protecting our territorial integrity to bringing them to deal with our internal security problem? And our Nigerian police, civil defense, supported essentially by security services and other security personnel or teams, are supposed to take on this responsibility. And year by year, we keep pulling the military into this, instead of interrogating why are we not able to get those whose responsibility it is to solve this problem, to essentially solve that problem, and leave the military to defend our territorial integrity. So that's the challenge that we must all confront. Is it in training? Is it in financial investment? Is it in leadership? How do we calm this down? So it bothers me because I know that if the police and other services are essentially filling the role they should fill, the responsibility of the military will be highly concentrated on the territorial integrity of this country. But this is not a place to blame the police. We have to look at those of us that are supposed to provide and guide the police. Because when we take this job and we call ourselves chief security officers of states, it behoves on us to sit down with our commissioners of police and attempt those things that will make difference. Are we encouraging them to share intelligence? Are we encouraging them to relate to their neighbors? In ENUGU State, for instance, the last time we had challenges, our commissioner for police, on his own way to Benue, had meetings with the Benue commissioner of police and instructed the DPO of my local government, because my local government is one of the border local governments, to collaborate with the DPO next in Benue. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to say that effort by our commissioner for police led to a huge decimation of criminal network that harassed our people and kidnapped our people. They recovered huge catch of arms, arrested so many of these criminals, and on 2 occasions after that had rescued kidnapped people within 4 hours. They are kidnapped. So this can work. So if they could meet and do that, why are we not able to share assets? Why will every state in Southeast invest their own drones? Why can states who are next to each other, not invest in drones together, because that way they can work together? Why are you not able to increase intelligence sharing between them? And for those of us who will know and who do know, we need investment in the police. Every police cell is an instrument of constructive duress. There's none of us on front row here that will accept to sit in any police cell for 30 minutes. So if you have a criminally minded officer who invites you for interrogation, you begin to offer him bribe to go. But when citizens want to contest their rights, they can only contest their rights objectively and with pride if the environment where they contest their rights is conducive. Because if we accuse the police of collecting bribe, we must dismantle infrastructure that enable that. So it's not their fault entirely. Every man and woman in uniform is a Nigerian. They are just like those of us who point our fingers at them. And the Igbo adage says, if you point one finger on someone, 4 points to you. Why are you not able to invest a bit in technology? Why do you have policemen stop motorists and ask them for their vehicle papers, and they show up with a bundle of documents that if one revenue officer had made a mistake in your name and your ID card shows a different name, you are now a criminal? And you can stay at that police checkpoint for hours and hours. We can synchronize this. Invest in technology. I have had audience with Nigerian businessmen, IT experts that have developed technology, that those things, they won't interfere with the revenue of subnational governments. When you have finished your revenue collection and have issued those papers, they are able to digitize them, give every vehicle owner just a card, and offer police a dedicated app, either on the mobile phone of the police people or a special handheld device that they will have. So when the motorist stops you, you just scan that card and the identity shows. So those things that encourage us to offer you bribe, we dismantle them. In some of our places, we have police people that have stayed for 7, 10, 15 years. They are now members of committee of friends for funerals, for weddings, and all that. So how do you expect a man that is a member of your committee of friends to also come to arrest you in the morning? If someone gives him information that you committed a crime, you probably can tell him, this man will be with you, said you are an armed robber, be careful with him. So these are challenges that we can't run away from, because they face us every day. And you can go on and on. The governor spoke about the motivation for crime. Yes, there is no excuse for crime. But until we face governance justice, we can't, in full conscience, say that we have done what we're supposed to do. Because until you provide that opportunity for everybody, those of us who say we run a school system that we can also send our children to. We run a healthcare system that we can also submit ourselves to. That way, our citizens will have no motivation. There will be no interest, because those things that will drive it will try to curtail it. We're talking about governance justice. What about local governments? How do I expect a policeman to go and arrest someone when he doesn't even know where they live? How many of our streets and houses are numbered? If I want to describe to my DPO how to get to my house in the village, I will tell him, if you get to that village market, you see one yellow house on the right, then you turn left to see a big tree. It's a local government responsibility. You don't have to give names. Give the village roads numbers. Give every house a number, so that when I call a DPO, I see something I don't know, so the DPO will go. So we have complex problems that we need to keep unbundled. And if we must unbundle them, we must be sincere and deal with it with the honesty of those who mean to make a difference. But until that, I know that your responsibility, the men and women in uniform, is like counting sands and drinking ocean dry. On these few remarks, I want to welcome all of you to Southeast. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your help. God bless you.
Thank you. I can feel the passion in that speech. And I'm sure if we're given time to move the microphone round, everyone would have a contribution to make on this program today. Please permit me again to request that we appreciate the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of ENUGU State, the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. Please, another round of applause. All right. Of course, like I did say earlier, this is a summit geared towards a collaborative work towards building sustainable strategies for enhancing peace, security, and socio-economic development in our region, and of course, by extension, Nigeria. And I think the media also has a role to play. Please permit me on that note to recognize the National President of the Radio and Television Theatre Arts Workers Union, who is also here for this event today. Prince Emeka, you're highly welcome. Please, a round of applause. Let me therefore invite for his goodwill message His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, here represented by his Deputy, Her Excellency, Lady Chinyere Iwoma Ekumaru, PhD. Please, a round of applause. Round of applause. Continue clapping. Let's show her some love. She makes her way to also lend her voice on this conversation by way of giving a good message. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I take precedence of the well-established protocol and we just go straight to my goodwill message. It is with great pleasure and profound sense of responsibility that I convey the warm felicitation and goodwill of His Excellency, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, CON, Governor of Imo State, who would have loved to be physically present at this important regional security summit. However, due to other pressing national assignments, he is unavoidably absent. I am deeply honored to represent him at this timely gathering being hosted by His Excellency Dr.-elect Chioma Oti, Governor of Abia State, for bringing together key stakeholders to deliberate on one of the most pressing challenges confronting our region and our nation, Nigeria. Security remains the bedrock of sustainable development, economic prosperity, and social stability. No society can thrive where lives and property are under constant threat. It is therefore imperative that we strengthen collaboration among our states, security agencies, and all stakeholders to build a more secured and peaceful Southeast. At this point, on behalf of my governor, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, CON, and the good people of Imo State, I wish to thank the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his renewed hope and transformational policies and agenda aimed at ridding our nation of all forms of banditry and security. In Imo State, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, has been amazing at his programs, the 3R mantra of his government, by trying to stabilize Imo State and the security in Imo State. Some of the things he has done is strengthening community vigilance plus town hall unions, where they work hand in hand with the police and the DSS. We have also looked at neighborhood watch, programs that make you to realize and watch your neighbors. And places like markets are being advised to set up in small groups, WhatsApp groups, whereby they can share information. Of course, we all know that information is power. He has done a lot of programs to make sure that the restive nature of youth are captured. He has dialogues with the youth. We of course have 2 ministries of youth in order to catch up the youth and put them in active programs so that they can divert the energy to something sustainable. So he dialogues with the youth. Many security issues start with unemployment and frustration. So when you try to train the youth, like the Skill Up program we have in Imo State and the other talent halls, and trying to teach mentorship to the steaming youth population of our state, we are gradually diverting their attention from crime and other insecurity issues. He also has from time to time meetings with traditional rulers, religious leaders, asking everybody to preach in church, call in your community, and make sure that there is peace and very good approach for peace and responsibility in the communities. At the government level, I'm proposing that better policing equipment, like more patrols, functional police stations, CCTV in major towns like Owerri, Aba, Enugu, Onitsha, Abakaliki can help us curb our insecurity. Intelligence gathering. Security agencies need to work with local informants. Local information they get from the root will help them than somebody coming from the center down to the roots where you do not know anywhere to start from. Justice system. At the government level, we should look at our judiciary system to make sure that fast prosecution of criminals is ensured. So people will now have confidence that crime does not really pay. What individual families can do, we should encourage them to be security conscious, avoid late night travel on lonely roads, share your movement with one family member or a friend. Report, don't keep quiet. Use police hotlines or traditional rulers to report suspicious movements around your neighborhood or vicinity. Because you know, silence helps criminals a lot. We need to promote unity. Reject hate speech and diversion along political or party lines. United communities should support victims and families affected with violence. The security challenges facing our region transcend state boundaries. Criminality, violent extremism, kidnapping, armed robbery, and other emerging threats require coordinated intelligence sharing, joint operations, community engagement, and innovative policy responses. No single state can effectively address these challenges in isolation. Under the leadership of Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo State remains committed to supporting all lawful efforts aimed at protecting lives and property. The 3R administration in Imo State has continued to strengthen the state's security. These efforts reflect our firm belief that peace and security are shared responsibilities. This summit provides again an invaluable opportunity to exchange ideas, develop practical strategies, and deepen regional cooperation. Beyond identifying challenges, our focus must be on implementing sustainable solutions that restore public confidence, attract investments, create employment opportunities, and foster inclusive development across the Southeast. On behalf of His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, CON, I reaffirm the commitment of the government of Imo State to working closely with our sister states, the federal government, and all relevant stakeholders in advancing regional peace, stability, and development. I congratulate the governor and people of Abia State for hosting this important summit and appreciate all participants for their dedication to building a safer and more prosperous region. May the deliberation of this summit produce practical recommendations that will strengthen regional security, promote unity, and guarantee lasting peace for people. Thank you, and may God bless the Southeast and Central Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, representing His Excellency the Governor. Please, a resounding round of applause for her. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next goodwill message will be taken from an illustrious son of Abia State, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR, PhD. Let's welcome him with a most resounding round of applause.
Let me align myself with the tradition that have been established by our own governor, who started by adopting the protocol that was well established by the MC. But in doing that, permit me to recognize our own governor, His Excellency Dr. Alex Otti, the host governor, who has made this state peaceful. I must say that though we are not in the same political party, but I must celebrate you for keeping this state safe. If you say at home, you must be celebrated for that. Let me also recognize the convener of this awesome project, my own brother and friend, the Minister of Defense, who is looking like one of us. We'll change your name and give you a koro before you go. Yes. Our fathers are here, and we have seen all of you that have paid great price, like the great Hedrika, the great Kewachuku, and all the fathers who are here. Please allow me to remain on this tradition that has been established by the governor of our state, so that for the want of time we'll continue. But I will not do that without recognizing the chairman, the National Assembly, which is the president of the Senate, ably represented by my own brother, Senator Yaradua. There is something I want us to do, and that is by standing for 1 minute silence for all those who lost their lives, protecting our lives, properties, all those soldiers who fought hard, the police who fought hard, they lost their life, and those who lost their lives to insecurity. May we rise for 1 minute silence in honor of this sacrifice. May this gentle soul of the departed rise in perfect peace. Please, you may sit down. Security is not the absence of violence. It is the presence of justice, effective institutions, economic opportunity, and public confidence in the capacity of government to protect every citizen. I must commend again the Minister of Defense and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on community engagement, Southeast, for convening these important summits. The team appropriately recognizes that the security challenges confronting our region cannot be resolved by any single government institution or security agency alone. These summits must produce a practical regional framework that clearly identifies responsibilities, establishes measurable timelines, and strengthens coordination among the federal government, the 5 Southeast states, security agencies, traditional institutions, communities, as well as the private sector. The urgency is evident. Nigeria continues to confront diverse security complexities. Available conflict data by ACLED indicates disturbing numbers across the country. I do not need to bore you with these numbers, but those figures remind us that insecurity is not an abstract policy problem. It represents families shattered. It represents livelihoods destroyed and communities forced to live in fear. The Southeast has experienced its own difficult manifestation of this national crisis. The region has witnessed politically motivated violence, attacks on security personnel and public facilities, kidnapping for ransom, cultism, criminal occupation of forests, illegal arms circulation, and violent enforcement of unlawful sit-at-home directives. these things we must mention. The 2025 security assessment by ACLED also estimated that violence associated with sit-at-home enforcement and related confrontations has resulted in more than 700 deaths since 2021. It also estimated cumulative economic losses exceeding 7.6 trillion naira. Whatever reservation may exist about individual estimates, the reality is undeniable. Far-driven commercial shutdowns have damaged businesses, interrupted schooling, restricted healthcare access, and weakened investor confidence. The Southeast cannot prosper while its productive citizens are afraid to travel, open their shops, cultivate their farms, or invest their capital. Our people are historically known for enterprise, known for innovation, known for resilience. Protecting that productive energy must be treated as both a security priority and an economic necessity. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why the collaborative effort of several Southeast stakeholders, with that collaborative effort, I was able to launch, the Bees in Southeast project, a people-centered, non-kinetic peace building initiative founded on the conviction that lasting security cannot be achieved through force alone, through kinetic approach alone. By speed complements the effort of our gallant security agencies by addressing the underlying drivers of conflict through dialogue, through reconciliation, through community engagement, through youth empowerment, economic inclusion, and strategic partnership. Built on 8 thematic pillars, the initiative brings together government, traditional institutions, religious leaders, civil society, the private sector, women and young people to restore trust, rebuild fractured communities, and create opportunities that make peace attractive and sustainable. Our goal is simple but profound: to replace fear with hope, division with unity, and violence with shared prosperity. Because the future of the Southeast depends not only on defeating criminality, but also on winning the hearts and minds of our people. I'm sure a lot of people in this room want to talk about regional security architecture. What do I have in mind with regards to that? First, the 5 Southeast states should establish a permanent Southeast security coordination and intelligence framework. Criminal networks do not recognize state boundaries, like have been said here over and over. A kidnapper may commit a crime in one state, like that happened in ENUGU state, hold victims in the forest of another state, and move proceeds through a third state. Our response must therefore be regional. And I thank the Deputy Governor of ENUGU State for highlighting that through his speech. The framework should include a joint intelligence fusion mechanism, a credible communication system, coordinated patrol along interstate routes, a shared database of wanted person and criminal network, and harmonized procedures for rapid response. Every distress call must reach the nearest capable security formation, irrespective of jurisdiction. Security agencies should also deepen intelligence-led operations. Checkpoints alone cannot defeat mobile and technologically enabled criminal groups. We require drones, geospatial mapping, forensic capability, automated vehicle identification that have been mentioned by ENUGU State Deputy Governor, who I was wondering if he was reading my speech, emergency communication system, and professionally managed surveillance infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, technology, however, cannot replace community trust. Residents usually know when strangers enter their forest, when abandoned buildings become criminal camps, and when unusual arms move through their communities. They will provide information only when they believe their identity will be protected and their reports will lead to responsible action. We establish secure community reporting channels, protect informants, and strengthen collaboration with traditional rulers, youth organization, women groups, transport union, and neighborhood association. So I will not leave this stage without most of you wondering what we have done with constitutional policing reforms. As the chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, the chairman of this committee on review of the Constitution, I recognize that Nigeria's centralized policing structure is increasingly unable to provide the local knowledge, the personnel strength, and the response time that is required by a federation of our size and complexity. We're talking about a nation with about 923,977 square kilometers. It is no longer enough. This is why the National Assembly has continued to advance constitutional reforms for the establishment of a state police, accompanied by strong safeguards against political abuse. When I was pushing for this agenda, a friend of mine, some of the well-wishers said, "You are pushing for your state governor to have the control of state police. He's going to arrest you." I said, "I know Governor Amexuti, he's not going to arrest me when I give him state police." So that fear has kept us from making sure that this state police becomes what it's supposed to be. Moreover, we don't make law for ourselves. We make law that will outlive us in our office. We make laws for the society that we govern. The new executive bill, HB 2797, establishment of state police services and other related services, speaks directly to one of the Nigeria's greatest security challenges, response time. It brings policing closer to the people by recognizing that security is most effective when it is rooted in local knowledge, when it's rooted in community trust, and when there is a timely intervention. An officer who knows the forest will police the forest better than one hired from outside. An officer who understands the language, the culture, terrain, and social dynamics of a community is better positioned to gather intelligence, to prevent crime, and to respond swiftly to threats. Therefore, I must commend my father and leader, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for this bold and very visionary initiative. His administration has demonstrated the courage to confront long-standing structural deficiencies in our policing architecture through a carefully designed constitutional framework that strengthens grassroots security while embedding safeguards against abuse. This reform is not about weakening the Nigerian police force. It is about complementing it with a decentralized policing system that is more responsive, intelligence-driven, and better suited to the realities of our federation. State police must not become private armies for governors or instruments for suppressing political opponents. Recruitment, command, funding, disciplinary procedures, and operational jurisdiction must be defined by law. That is what we are trying to do at the Parliament. Independent oversight, legislative scrutiny, transparent funding, and clear mechanisms for federal intervention where abuses occur are also essential. Our objective is not merely to multiply security agencies. It is to bring accountable policing closer to communities while preserving national standards, preserving fundamental rights, and also encouraging effective coordination. The recent approval to expand the Nigerian Army from 8 to 12 divisions and recruit approximately 28,000 additional personnel demonstrate the federal government's recognition of the need to strengthen national security capacity. And I must commend the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for taking this bold step. This expansion must be supported by improved training, by improved equipment, by improved intelligence troop welfare, as well as strong cooperation with civilian law enforcement institutions. The question will now become, what are those issues driving insecurity? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we cannot arrest our way out of every security problem. Unemployment, drug abuse, political manipulation, poor urban planning, unresolved communal disputes, and the absence of government services create spaces in which criminality flourishes. This has been mentioned also by the Deputy Governor of Enugu State when he spoke. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency reported that within an 18-month period, it made 29,262 arrests. It secured 5,225 convictions, and it seized more than 5.3 million kilograms of illicit substances valued at over 1.5 trillion naira. Drug trafficking and substance abuse increasingly intersect with violent crime. Cultism and organized criminal activity, they play a role. Prevention, rehabilitation, and community education must therefore be complementing the enforcement efforts of this agency. Every Southeast state should expand youth employment, should expand technical education, should expand digital skill, agriculture, and enterprise support programs in communities most vulnerable to criminal recruitment. Local government must become functional centers of development, not distant administrative structures. Ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast Development Commission provides an important platform for addressing regional infrastructure deficit and coordinating long-term economic recovery. The Southeast Vision 2050 blueprint, which was celebrated by all the state governors, recognizes the region as a central pillar of Nigeria's economic future. Security planning must be integrated into that development framework because investment, industrialization, and regional connectivity cannot thrive without peace. As I round up, I want to say that we should move from dialogue to implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose that this summit adopt 5 immediate outcomes. 1. A permanent regional security coordination council, a shared intelligence and criminal information platform, coordinated protection of highways, forests, and critical infrastructure, community-based early warning and response mechanism, and a publicly accessible implementation scorecard to measure progress. Within 60 days, the relevant institution should produce an operational plan identifying responsible agencies, funding requirements, timelines, and performance indicators. Within 6 months, we should reconvene. We should gather again, not merely to deliver speeches, but to evaluate results. The House of Representatives will continue to support necessary appropriations, legislations, and oversight. We will also strengthen engagement with security institutions to ensure that public funds produce measurable improvements in public safety. Our message must be unmistakable. The Southeast is open for lawful enterprise. And I want to thank the governors for the effort they are making. I must thank the 5 governors of Southeast for the effort they are making to make sure that these things, lawful enterprise, education, tourism, and investment thrives. No individual or group has a right to imprison millions of citizens through fear. No grievance justifies the murder of innocent people, the burning of public institutions, or the destruction of livelihood. Yet our response must also communicate that government will listen, that justice will be pursued, that rights will be protected, and legitimate concerns will be addressed through constitutional and democratic channel. Working together, we can restore confidence. We can reclaim our communities, and we can build a Southeast in which our children can learn, our traders can prosper, our farmers can work, and every citizen can move without fear. I want to thank you for listening. God bless Abia State. God bless the Southeast. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Peace and progress in the southeast. Operation Doha, building peace and progress in the southeast. The giant and remarkable successes of the troops of Operation Doha, in collaboration with other security agencies in the ongoing Operation Eastern Sanity, have restored and consolidated peace while building economic progress in the region. It is a story of courage, resilience, and determination to protect.
Operation Udoka, building peace and progress in the southeast. The giant and remarkable successes of the troops of Operation Udoka, in collaboration with other security agencies in the ongoing Operation Eastern Sanity, have restored and consolidated peace while building economic progress in the region. It is a story of courage, resilience, and determination to protect lives, rebuild communities, and ensure economic activities thrive across the southeast and beyond. Amidst several successes which time will not permit to highlight in this video, a significant milestone achievement of troops in the abolition of Monday Sits at Home hitherto imposed by IPOB and ESN order all over the southeast. This was achieved through troop-sustained offensives, assertion of dominance in all-area operation and political will. Additionally, through intelligence-driven operations, troops of Operation Udoka, Sectors 4 and 5, through the ongoing Operation Eastern Sanity, struck at the heart of insurgency when the dreaded Mother Valley, the strategic stronghold of IPOB and ESN, that cut across Imo and Anambra states, was captured. Weapons, stolen vehicles, propaganda materials, and IED-making factories and materials were destroyed. Critical roads abandoned for years were reopened. Along the Little Eketu axis in Imo State, explosives planted by militants were safely cleared, restoring critical lines of communication and means of survival for communities. Shrines used for rituals and caves used as suspected hideouts were dismantled, denying the criminals their sanctuaries in the state and throughout the area of operations. In Anambra State, the posture of joint troops of Sector 5 Operation Udoka and other agencies, supported by the political will, having showed courage, triumphed over fear as traders of Onitsha main markets reopened their businesses after years of intimidation. Troops are securing the traders and buyers, reviving the bustling economic activities in the state. Recently, troops engaged in a firefight with criminals who were reportedly causing mayhem in military camouflage and Nigerian police uniform within Oboji Axis in Orumba South local government area in Anambra State. Troops neutralized 3 criminals, recovered arms and armor and other sundry items. Across Ebonyi and Abia State, troops of Sectors 2 and 3 dismantled series of criminal networks. Few of them will be highlighted. In Akeze, Ebonyi State, 3 members of the Amasri militia were arrested, having been linked to the January 29, 2026 attack in Orojo, Ebonyi State. Coordinated raids crushed drug syndicates, seizing methamphetamine worth millions of naira. Also in Ebonyi, a notorious IPOB kingpin known as Calamity was also apprehended, ending his reign of terror linked to the killing of security agents and carting away of their equipment in Delta and Ebonyi states. He was arrested with their armorer and other members of the group. Assaulted arms and ammunition were recovered from the group. Across Abia State, troops raided IPOB and ESN hideouts in Olokoro Obinto village, in Hiachiwa, Arochukwu local government area, Umahia, Osisioma in Aba, Ohio Forest, and along Abia State University Okigwe, Ihube Road, and Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway. Troops have arrested suspects linked to kidnappings and separatist activities, destroyed ritual shrines, recovered weapons and illicit items, and rescued abducted victims. In Enugu, The swift response of troops of Sector 1 saved lives as kidnapped victims were rescued at 9th Mile and 12 abducted locals freed in Eta community. Troops have cleared IPOB and ESN camps in Adali Forest, Ezago local government area, destroying shrines, trenches, explosives, and a cave used as a suspected hideout. Also recently, troops in collaboration with other security agencies uncovered a clandestine arms hideout concealed within a zinc structure disguised as a piggery in Gariki in Enugu South local government area and a safe house located at Albani in Kano West local government area of Enugu State, respectively. Furthermore, arms traffickers and some security personnel aiding and abetting the operations were also apprehended, exposing and decimating transnational gun-running networks. Beyond combat, Operation Udoka invests in hope through its non-kinetic operations which cut across the southeast states. These include medical outreach for residents of Iboeze community in Enugu State, school outreach in Lilu, construction of an industrial borehole in Umukabi village in Iboetiti local government, Enugu State, a state-of-the-primary healthcare facility in Umuchieze community in Abia and Osu in Imo State. Joint Task Force Southeast Operation Udoka is a multi-agency security operation established to restore peace and enhance security across the Southeast through coordinated operations against terrorism, kidnapping, violent extremism, and other criminal activities in Southeast region. The operation is commanded by Major General Oluremi Fadairo, the General Officer commanding 82 Division and Commander Joint Task Force Southeast Operation Udoka. Its area of responsibility covers Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states, where it continues to promote a safe and secure environment for socio-economic development. On a general note, all these are geared towards supporting the efforts of the governors in the region. Operation Udoka is more than a military operation. It has emerged as a promise for peace, stability, and progress for the Southeast.
Good people of Igbo land, our victories remind us that peace is possible when we stand together. Your support fuels our sacrifice, and our sacrifice binds us together to defend our land, protect our heritage, safeguard our unity, and secure a brighter future for our dear nation. The Southeast is safe and always ready for business. Welcome to our world.
Our next goodwill message will be delivered by our amiable minister, whose ministry plays a pivotal role in shaping public perception, fostering national unity, and promoting responsible civic engagement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. Please let's give him a most resounding round of applause. Steps onto the podium.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, for that generous, kind words of yours. Let me say that I will align with the protocol like others have done, a protocol that has been so comprehensively laid out. But I will take the liberty also of recognizing my friend for so many years, the executive governor of Abia State. I know that I have missed several opportunities to come here on your invitation. I also last year missed an invitation by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Excellency, to be here. So it took the invitation by my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Defense, to now answer both His Excellency, my brother, the Deputy Speaker, and His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State. And I think that I listened to the Deputy Speaker, and I'm seeing that there is a high degree of minds working together between these two gentlemen, even though they are somewhat in different rooms. We all have to know that, like the President always says, Nigeria is our country. We have one big family living in different rooms, and I'm happy to see what I'm seeing here today in Umwa here. The Honorable Minister, when you were coming for this event, you sent me an invitation to be here. What you didn't do was to also send me a dress code that I should come with my red cap and this place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in this regalia. I want to also very respectfully recognize our elder statesman here, singling out for recognition, General Ike Mwachukwu. Each time I went for very serious conferences or seminars or events like this, I always find General Mwachukwu there. Thank you for all the services that you have rendered to our great country. It is my honor to join you here today at this very important Southeast Regional Security Summit. The theme of the summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, captures an enduring truth. Security cannot be delivered by government alone. It requires a whole of society and a whole of government approach in which institutions, communities, and citizens work together with a shared sense of purpose. The southeastern part of this country occupies a unique place in Nigeria's national life. The southeast is renowned for its enterprise, for its innovation, and for its resilience. Its people have made very great contributions to our country's economic development. The federal government of Nigeria, therefore, remains fully committed to ensuring lasting peace and security across this region. For this reason, the federal government remains firmly committed to ensuring that every community across this region enjoys lasting peace and security. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has consistently affirmed that protecting lives and property is the foremost responsibility of government. Guided by this principle, the Renewed Hope administration has adopted a comprehensive security strategy that combines military operations, intelligence-led policing, judicial accountability, economic development, and strategic partnership. Therefore, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has since May of 2023 strengthened the capabilities of our armed forces. And we have just heard from the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, that Mr. President has expanded the divisions from 8 to 12, all in an attempt to ensure that every nook and cranny of this country deserves to have the security that all require so that we can live in peace. We all know that the presence of security is mutually exclusive with the presence also of prosperity. In other words, if you have security, you're going to have prosperity. If you don't have security, the prosperity that all of us crave for us to develop as a nation, will certainly elude us. The renewable agenda of President Bola Tinubu, therefore, recognizing that security and development are two inseparable issues. Communities with quality infrastructure, education, employment, and economic opportunities are naturally more resilient against crime and extremism. This understanding informs that we have heard also from the Deputy Speaker the establishment of the Ministry of Regional Development, which is strengthening the coordination amongst all the regional development commissions throughout this country. President Bola Tinubu met only one when he took office. Now, or rather two, now they have been expanded. Every region of this country has a development commission to address the yearnings of the people of this country. Across the southeast, and indeed the country as a whole, the federal government is invested in major road projects, rail modernization, power infrastructure, and digital connectivity to improve mobility, facilitate commerce, and attract private investment. For the first time in our history, we are seeing a massive, ambitious infrastructure development, especially in the southeastern part of the country, unprecedented. I was on a tour of ENUGU State and Ebonyi State last year. And what we have seen is a massive connectivity amongst all these states, among these cities, so that they can continue to thrive and do their businesses as it should be. President Bola Tinubu's vision is that every part of this country must benefit from this massive infrastructural development for us to realize our potential as a nation. And indeed, in doing that, the president has also appointed someone from the southeastern part of this region, who indeed, for those who don't know, is also a cousin brother of the governor of Abia State, to superintend that massive project. This administration, because the president believes that security cannot be tackled only by the armed forces, only by the security agents. There must also be a non-kinetic approach to tackle it. And that is why, for the first time, we also have this innovative Nigerian Education Loan Fund project, which has provided opportunity to over 1 million young men and women to be in school today. What the president is saying is that under no circumstance will any young man or woman who has the requisite papers to enroll in tertiary institution is left out of school simply on the account of the inability of his parent or guardian to pay for his tuition or to pay for his upkeep in school. President Bola Tinubu is tackling this issue of insecurity from all angles. Today's security challenges are fought not only on the battlefield, but also in the information space, and this is where it matters to me. Criminal groups are increasingly exploiting misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech to spread fear, divide communities, and weaken our national cohesion. It is very easy now for those who don't want us to live in peace to use only their handset or their tablet to spread fear, to spread fake news, to spread disinformation, so that we lose harmony, that we in turn create the avenue for them to continue to do what they are doing. For us at the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, we have adopted the strategy of ensuring that our young men and women are trained in media literacy. This will help them to discern between what is good news, what is fake news, what is also hate speech. The Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, in collaboration with UNESCO, has brought to this country the Media Information Literacy Institute that will help us to train these young men and women for them to become media literate. One of the biggest challenges that we face as a nation is in the issue of fake news. The social media, as important as it is in the development of any nation or any community, also, if not properly regulated, has the potential also to lead us to disharmony and also to chaos. And that is why Ministry of Information and National Orientation is working hard to ensure that we get our young men and women involved and media literacy so that they can discern what is fake news and what is also good news. The media also remains an indispensable partner in nation building. I therefore want to seize this opportunity to commend journalists who continue to uphold professionalism and encourage all media practitioners to resist sensationalism and avoid amplifying narratives that serves only criminal elements. Let me say this to our media. Your work is indispensable in the growth and development of our country. Indeed, democracy cannot thrive without responsible media in any given society. But let me say that unless media practitioners also know that because they have the freedom for them to express themselves, there is the need for them to have the responsibility of that profession, the responsibility it requires for them to also discern and also put forward what is good or what is bad. So much as the media has the capacity to unite us, to forge unity, to improve development, the media can also be used negatively to create division amongst us. And that's why I'm calling for members of the Nigerian media to please be patriotic, know that whatever you report out there has the capacity either to unite us as a nation or to also lead us to anarchy. Traditional rulers, religious leaders, community organizations, and civil societies likewise have vital roles in promoting dialogue, strengthening social cohesion, and encouraging cooperation with security agencies. One of the most important national conversations today concerns the future of policing in Nigeria. I won't dwell much on that because the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives has already spoken extensively on that. But it is the desire of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to bring security and policing closer to the communities around this country. And that is why all of us must rise up and support the issue of state police in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a defining moment for broad national engagement. I therefore encourage governors, state legislatures, traditional institutions, religious leaders, civil society, professional bodies, and the media to engage constructively in this very important constitutional process that the National Assembly has undertaken. Whatever our perspectives, we share a common goal of building a policing system that is more responsive, accountable, and effective while preserving the unity and constitutional integrity of our dear country. Peace is far more than the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice, of opportunity, and of inclusion, and indeed of hope. The southeastern part of this country has always been defined by enterprise, by resilience, by industry, and by ingenuity. Those enduring values must remain stronger than the forces that seek to undermine them. As we conclude, let us renew our commitment to stronger cooperation amongst government, security agencies, traditional institutions, faith communities, civil society, and the citizens generally. Let us support constitutional reforms that strengthen grassroots policing. Let us reject misinformation. Let us resist the voices of division and work together to build communities founded on trust, on justice, and on shared prosperity. Under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the federal government will continue to partner with the people of the Southeast to ensure that this region remains a place where businesses flourish, where communities thrive, and every child can dream without fear of anything. When the southeastern part of this country is secure, Nigeria is stronger. When every region enjoys peace, our democracy flourishes. And when we stand together as one people, united by a common destiny, no force can diminish the promise of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me once again thank the organizers of this summit particularly the governors of the southeastern part of the country, and my friend and brother, the governor of Abia State, for finding time to really put people together for this to happen. Let me also thank once again my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Defense, for the work he's doing. When he left office, we always miss him because we are used to seeing him in uniform. Now we see him in kaftan, but today he has added another uniform to his wardrobe, and I'm sure I'm also going to copy you. Your Excellency, the Speaker, the Senate President, ably represented here, thank you for the work you do in partnership with your colleague at the House of Representatives and all the elder statesmen and women here for the contributions you make towards the peace and development of our country. Thank you very much for this invitation.
Thank you so very much, esteemed Honorable Minister of Information and Orientation and National Orientation, for your eloquently delivered goodwill message. It has further given us penetrating insight into the subject matter. Please may we once again applaud him. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite a distinguished military leader whose visionary leadership continues to enhance the operational effectiveness of the Nigerian Air Force and strengthens Nigeria's security architecture. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke, with a resounding round of applause.
Our special guest of honor, His Excellency, Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our amiable Senator Abdulaziz Musayer-Adua, Chairman, Senate Committee on the Army. For want of time, permit me to flow with the already established protocol. It is an honor, as a son, a very proud son of the soil of the Southeast, to stand before you today at this crucial gathering for the 2026 Southeast Security Summit. Let me first start by appreciating our Honorable Minister of Defense for the strategic initiative in convening an event like this. I will especially thank His Excellency, our Chief Host, the Executive Governor of Abia State, for hosting us. We all know the financial and planning challenges involved in hosting an event like this. The hospitality of the good people of Abia State has shown itself since we arrived here yesterday. The fact that we are gathered here in this hall today, united in purpose, is a powerful statement of our collective resolve to reclaim the peace, stability, and economic vitality for which this great region is historically known for. The Southeast region of Nigeria has long been the industrial and commercial heartbeat of our nation. It is a region defined by the incredible ingenuity, enterprise, and resilience of its people. However, we cannot ignore the realities of the past few years. The orchestrated violence illegal sit-at-home enforcement, kidnappings, and actions by non-state actors have not only threatened the lives and livelihood of our innocent citizens, but also have sought to undermine this great region's economic and social heritage. There is a saying in the Nigerian palace: your brother or your father cannot be sharing meat and you go home. So, as the Chief of the Air Staff, I would like to assure the leadership and the people of the Southeast that the Nigerian Air Force, along with its sister services and other security agencies, stand firm with you in fighting insecurity. We are dedicated to ensuring that criminal elements no longer take the peace and economy of this region for granted. In recent years, the armed forces of Nigeria have intensified joint operations, notably Operation Udoka, as we saw on the clip, to dismantle networks, criminal syndicates, and violent extremists operating in the region's forests and hideouts. The Nigerian Air Force, through its assets in Operation Udoka, has consistently provided intelligence, very critical intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, what we call the ISR, from the skies to identify all non-state actor camps. We have conducted precise intelligence-driven air interdictions to neutralize threats before they can endanger our citizens. And we have continuously supplied close air support to our brave surface forces in the Army and Navy and also other security agencies. This we do during clearance operations. Additionally, by deploying our air assets, we have significantly reduced the mobility and operational capacity of these criminals. However, ladies and gentlemen, my years in uniform have taught me that bombs and bullets do not address the root causes of insecurity. While kinetic military operations are necessary to degrade threats, enforce the rule of law, and create a safe environment, true lasting peace requires a whole of society approach. Therefore, it is our shared responsibility to implement the necessary non-kinetic measures to achieve a lasting solution to our security challenges. This is why a summit like this is very important. The military can secure the forest, but we rely on the community to protect the neighborhoods. The people must actively cooperate as their engagement is essential for the victory we desperately desire. We need traditional rulers, the leadership of Ohaneze Igbo, and community leaders to continuously involve the youth. Additionally, the political class must deliver the dividends of democracy to prevent vulnerable youth from being recruited by violent groups. To the citizens of the Southeast, intelligence is essential for security. The criminals terrorizing our communities are not ghosts. They live among us. I encourage you to adopt. If you see something, please say something. That mentality will take us to a point where we can have lasting peace in this great region. Do not let fear enable a vocal, violent minority to destroy your children's future. The Nigerian Armed Forces, police, and other security agencies are here to protect you. But we depend on actionable intelligence to defend you effectively and proactively. I reaffirm the Nigerian Air Force commitments to our non-kinetic operations in this region. We will actively engage in civil-military cooperation, which we call civic activities, including medical outreach and community support programs to strengthen the bond between the military and civilians. We are not, and I repeat, we are not an occupying force. We are your sons, just like me, daughters, brothers, sisters, in uniform, dedicated to protecting the territorial integrity of our homeland. As we gather at this summit, let us look ahead with hope and determination. Conduct frank discussions, formulate actionable strategies, and make binding comments and commitments. Together, we keep the Southeast a thriving hub of commerce, innovation, and peace. I assure you
Once again, the Nigerian Air Force will continue to stay vigilant and committed to restoring peace and security to every inch of Southeast and Nigeria as a whole. Once again, it's a privilege to be one of your son, and we would also like to thank Mr. President for giving one of yours the opportunity to contribute his own part to the safe and stable environment for peace and commercial activities to go on. Thank you for your attention. God bless the Southeast. God bless the armed forces of Nigeria. And God bless the federal government. Thank you.
Thanks so very much, Amiable Chief of the Air Staff. Please, once again, let's give him a resounding round of applause. Our next goodwill message will be delivered by a senior veteran and an elder statesman, a former military administrator of old Imo State, former Minister of Employment, Labor and Productivity, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and External Affairs at 2 different times. I thought it deserves a resounding round of applause before I conclude that. Former Senator from Abia North, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a resounding round of applause in welcoming Senator General Ike Sanda Nwachukwu retired, GCMG, CFR, COM, PSC, MNI, and Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. In fact, there are so many. A resounding round of applause for this elder statesman. Wow, thank you so very much for giving him a standing ovation. Thank you so much.
Please be seated. Yes, I will stand access to the protocol, but I must mention a few. My governor, Governor Alex, 3.5 years. So, governance. Put to shame 24 years of nothingness in my state. Today, I feel proud to say I'm out there. And I believe those of you sitting here outside feel the same. So I share the Deputy Speaker's affirmation that you're doing well. So keep that going. And so when he comes on the ballot next time around, put him back to office. Having said that, I want to thank the Minister of Defense for inviting me here. I must also recognize my brother from Katsina, Senator Eradu. I want to recognize somebody who left here but didn't talk about it. Honorable Justice Mary Otoni, Justice of the Supreme Court, retired. Now, before I go on, I want to place on record my commendation to the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, for the firm stance he took in total resentment of xenophobia in South Africa. Our country, and I played a major role too also, worked hard to put down apartheid. We will not replace xenophobia in Africa for apartheid. So we'll tell South Africans and other Africans, xenophobia is the non-starter on our continent. We can't fight apartheid with our blood and our money and our sweat, and then have xenophobia by our own people against our own people. That's damnable. So thank you, Commander-in-Chief, President ENUGU, for standing firm against this hideous action by our fellow Africans. Having said that, I am deeply honored to participate in this important summit. Permit me to commend the government and organizers for covering this timely down. At a time when our nation continues to confront complex security challenges, there can be no substitute for honest reflection, strategic thinking, and genuine collaboration. After many decades in military service, in diplomacy, in public life, I have come to appreciate one enduring truth. That security is not simply the absence of violence. It is the presence of justice, trust, opportunity, legitimacy, and authority. When these pillars weaken, insecurity begins long before the first gunshot is fired. Today, the Southeast faces significant security challenges. These are often described in terms of kidnapping, violent crimes, attacks on public institutions, threat to law and order. Yet these manifestations are in many respects symptoms rather than the underlying disease. The deeper challenge is the gradual erosion of confidence in institutions, in leadership, in one another, and sometimes even in the future itself. No security architecture can succeed where trust has collapsed. Military force is indispensable, but military force alone has never permanently solved a political, economic, or social problem. Armies create the space for peace. Societies must then build on that peace. That distinction is fundamental. Allow me, therefore, to offer 6 reflections. First, security begins when intelligence not firepower. The most successful operations are those that prevent violence before it occurs. That requires intelligence that is timely, accurate, and socially generated. Communities must see security agencies as trusted partners rather than institutions to be feared. The greatest intelligence asset any nation possesses is not technology, it's not military, it is that civilian who believes that the government will protect rather than punish. Truth remains the most effective force multiplier. Second, every community must become a stakeholder in security. Security cannot remain the exclusive responsibility of the armed forces, the police, and other security agencies. Parents, teachers, traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth organizations, professional associations, market unions, town unions, everyone possesses influence, local knowledge, moral authority that no government institution can replicate. Security, therefore, succeeds when citizens become participants rather than spectators. Third, development is one of the strongest forms of security. I repeat, development is one of the strongest forms of security. Young people who possess hope are less vulnerable to be recruited by less effective Nigerians when they become easy tools because of their frustration. These young men and women, therefore, are used to perpetrate heinous crimes against society. So roads and schools and so on cannot replace them. So every democracy must preserve state for peaceful disagreement. Citizens have the right to express their concerns lawfully, but criminal violence must never be confused with personal expression. At the same time, governments must ensure that peaceful voices always have legitimate avenues through which they can be heard. When dialogue disappears, extremism often fills the vacuum. Strong governments do not fear conversation. I want to repeat that. Strong governments do not fear conversation. They encourage it. Fear. Regional collaboration is no longer optional. Criminal organizations do not recognize state boundaries. Our response cannot stop at state boundaries alone. The Southeast has an opportunity to demonstrate that coordinated regional security can achieve through intelligence sharing, harmonized emergency response, integrated technology, joint operational planning, and sustained engagement amongst governors, security agencies, traditional rulers, and the like. Competition among states must never, ever become competition in security. Security is strongest when cooperation becomes institutions rather than occasional. Sixth, our national security architecture must continually evolve to strengthen both operational effectiveness and national cohesion. Permit me to make one critical observation. As military officers, we think and train not only about deployment of forces, but also about the strategic message the force structure conveys. The recent expansion of Nigeria's military formations is a welcome acknowledgement that our evolving security environment demands strong institutional capacity. It recognizes that yesterday's force structure may no longer be adequate for today's realities. However, every decision regarding the location of a major military formation of the nations carries both operational and symbolic significance. The Southeast occupies a critical position within our federation. It is not only strategically located, economically vibrant, commercially indispensable. It has the demography to support another or additional division. I repeat, the Southeast occupies a critical position within our federation. It is not only strategically located, economically vibrant, commercially indispensable, it has the demography to support an additional division. Against this background, the absence of a comparable divisional formation within the Southeast naturally invites reflection, not as a matter of regional rivalry, but a grievance, but a question of strategic planning and national integration. Military divisions are more than administrative headquarters. They strengthen command and control, they improve operational responses, they enhance intelligence coordination, they deepen civil military cooperation, they stimulate economic activity. Above all, they reassure citizens that they are fully represented. They are fully represented within the nation's security architecture. In national security, therefore, perception often reinforces capability. When citizens believe that national institutions are fairly structured and equitably distributed, confidence grows, confidence strengthens cooperation, and cooperation remains one of the most valuable force multiplier available to any security organization. I fully appreciate the force disposition I fully appreciate that force disposition must always be guided by professional military judgment rather than politics. Nevertheless, strategic reviews should remain dynamic with periodic assessment of whether force structure adequately reflects emerging threats, demographic realities, economic significance, and the overriding imperative of national cohesion. A secure Nigeria must also be a Nigeria in which every geopolitical zone sees itself as a full stakeholder in both the responsibilities and the institutions charged with protecting our collective future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me one more observation drawn from military experience. Battles are won by tactics. Wars are won by strategy. But peace is won by legitimacy. Our nation has invested significantly in security personnel, equipment, and operational capabilities. We must now invest with equal determination in strengthening public confidence, accountable institutions, inclusive governance, and equal opportunity. Citizens willingly defend societies that believe belong to them. That is perhaps the greatest strategic advantage any nation possesses. The Southeast has always been known for education, innovation, resilience, community organization. These enduring strengths remain amongst the greatest security assets. Let us therefore reject fear. Let us reject division. Let us reject every attempt to define our future by insecurity. Instead, let us build a region where governments, security agencies, traditional institutions, religious bodies, civil society, the private sector, and other citizens work together in genuine partnership. Because last but not least, it's never imposed. It is earned, it is nurtured, it is built. One community, one institution, one generation at a time. I commend again the government for organizing this. One final observation concerns the way we conduct our politics. Too often, our politics is unnecessarily divisive, and in many instances, descends into violence. Democracy was never intended to be an end in itself. It is a means of advancing the common good and improving the lives of the people. When political actors resort to violence to settle disagreements, they undermine the very democratic system they claim to defend. More importantly, they weaken the moral distinction between political violence and criminal violence that threatens our society. Leadership carries a high obligation. Those entrusted with public responsibility must demonstrate that disagreement need not lead to hostility, and that political competition can coexist with respect to the rule of law, democratic institutions, and the sanctity of the human life. If we cannot model these values, we should not expect others to embrace them. May today's deliberations produce practical and lasting solutions that strengthen security, restore public confidence, and reinforce the unity and prosperity of both the Southeast and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I want to thank you for this. And finally, my kudos to my colleagues in uniform, those who are pastoral, God bless their souls. I am ever so proud to have been a soldier. God bless you.
Please, another round of applause for General Ike Omasanda Wachubu. Thank you so much. We'll continue to drink from your reservoir of knowledge. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a bit of the Abia hospitality by way of introducing a cultural troupe that will be giving us a 3-minute performance
It's my pleasure, therefore, to invite the Ugochinyere cultural troupe. Thank you so much.
welcoming our guests for the Southeast Security Summit. Please, another round of applause. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said, and of course, at this point, I will be inviting, with every sense of responsibility and respect, His Excellency, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is here ably represented by another great Nigerian of note, the very distinguished Senator Abdul Aziz Musa Yar'Adua, Chairman, Senate Committee on Army. Please, a round of applause for him. Continue clapping. I think we can do better. Please, let's show him some love as he makes his way to the podium to speak to us. Representative of the Senate President, His Excellency Senator Godswill Obarabamu, and of course, represented here by Senator Abdul Aziz Musa Yar'Adua. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, well, since I'm standing, please let me stand on the already existing protocol. But however, permit me to recognize His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, for hosting this event and this summit. Permit me to also recognize my brother, my neighbor, the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR. He's my neighbor, so I don't know whether you accept to be my neighbor here in Abia. Permit me to also recognize my Oga, Senator Austin Akoboli, my colleague in the Senate. May I also recognize the convener, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Boabi Musa, CFR, retired or not retired. Let me also recognize the Honorable Minister of Information, who gave me leave to this. Thank you so much. May I also recognize the governors of the Southeast, ably represented by the Deputy Governors, Your Excellencies. May I recognize the former Chief of Army Staff and my Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General retired. May I recognize all the Royal Fathers here present, and most importantly, our clerics that are here. Finally, please let me recognize my father, my elder brother, General Umaru Sanda, because he is from Katsina State. And when he came here to speak, being the diplomat that he is, today he didn't speak as a diplomat. For those of us who are in the military, we saw a commander speaking. I want to thank you so much for your presence here. I'm here representing the uncommon President of the Senate, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCOM. Whatever I say, it's from him and not from me. so in his speech. There are moments in the life of a nation when the decisions made in a single room echo far beyond its walls, across communities, across generations, and across history itself. This is one of those moments. For what is at stake today is not merely the security of the Southeast, but the confidence of our people, the unity of our republic, and the promise of a safer Nigeria for every citizen. It is therefore an honor to address this distinguished gathering of governors, ministers, members of the National Assembly, heads of our armed forces, and security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, captains of industry, civil society organizations, youth representatives, and other patriotic Nigerians assembled in pursuit of this noble cause. I commend the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Agbabi Musa, retired OFR, and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement Southeast for conceiving this timely initiative. The theme, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, is both appropriate and urgent. It reminds us of a simple but enduring truth. No nation has ever secured itself through isolated efforts. Security succeeds where partnership flourishes. This gathering is not only about protecting a region, it is about strengthening the very fabric of our union. The Southeast has always occupied a central place in our national story, and some of its greatest songs have been among the strongest advocates of national unity. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe of blessed memory, one of our founding fathers, reminded us that, and I quote, once we have a federation, we are indivisible and perpetual, end of quote. Years later, the patriotic team Chukwu Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu of blessed memory declared that, and I quote, Nigeria cannot make progress without unity. Nigeria cannot fulfill her mission to all her peoples without unity, end of quote. Though history assigned them different paths, they arrived at the same enduring truth. Nigeria's greatest strength lies in the willingness of her diverse peoples to build our common future. Though insecurity is one of the defining challenges of our generation, though it threatens lives, weakens institutions, disrupts commerce, discourages investment, and erodes public confidence, though it imposes enormous economic costs by driving away businesses, increasing the cost of governance, and denying communities the peace necessary for development, it is not an insurmountable challenge. History has shown that determined nations overcome even greater triumphs when governments and citizens unite behind common purpose. Nigeria can do the same. The Southeast has borne a heavy share of these challenges. A region celebrated for commerce, enterprise, and innovation has witnessed disruptions that has affected economic activity, strained social cohesion, and weakened investor confidence. Markets cannot flourish where fear reigns. Investors cannot commit capital where insecurity dictates the rhythm of daily life. Prosperity retreats wherever violence advances. Yet, I remain profoundly optimistic. The same Southeast that transformed adversity into enterprise after the Civil War possesses within itself the resilience, ingenuity, and determination to overcome today's security challenges. Across Nigeria, Africa, and the wider world, the sons and daughters of this region have demonstrated extraordinary creativity, industry, and entrepreneurial excellence. Such people deserve an environment where enterprise is protected, investments are secure, and young people can pursue their dream without fear. Security, therefore, must no longer be viewed solely through the prism of military deployments or law enforcement operations. Experience across the world teaches us that lasting peace rests upon a broader architecture, one that combines effective security operations with economic opportunity, social justice, community participation, intelligence sharing, and responsive governance. The concept note of this summit rightly emphasizes collaboration among governments, security agencies, traditional institutions, religious leaders, civil society, and the private sector. It reflects an important reality. Every citizen is a stakeholder in security, and every institution has a role in sustaining peace. As lawmakers, we know that legislation provides the framework within which security institutions operate. Our duty is to enact laws that strengthen our security architecture while safeguarding our people's constitutional rights and freedoms. We must continually review our laws to ensure they keep pace with evolving threats, emerging technologies, and changing patterns of criminality. Therefore, we remain committed to providing the legislative support needed to modernize security institutions, strengthen intelligence sharing, enhance interagency cooperation, protect critical national infrastructure, and provide cyber security, and foster a safer environment for investment and national development. We also recognize that modern security increasingly depends on technology. Criminal networks exploit sophisticated communications, digital platforms, and transnational financing. Our response must therefore embrace innovation through surveillance systems, digital intelligence, forensic science, artificial intelligence, and integrated data management. The criminals of today cannot be defeated with the security strategies of last century. Yet, technology alone cannot replace trust. Communities remain the first line of defense against insecurity. No intelligence network is stronger than the confidence of the people itself. When citizens trust security agencies, they willingly provide information. When confidence is lost, silence replaces cooperation, and criminals exploit that silence. There is an African proverb which says, and I quote, "When spider webs unite, they can tie up a line." End of quote. The lesson is timeless. United effort multiplies strength. No security agency, no government, and no community can defeat today's complex threats alone. That is why strengthening community engagement must remain central to our national security strategy. Traditional rulers, religious leaders, market associations, youth organizations, and community development groups possesses local knowledge that no institution can replicate. Their partnership with security agencies is indispensable to achieving lasting peace. Insecurity does not merely destroy lives, it destroys hope. And where hope dies, development becomes impossible. Our greatest weapon against insecurity is therefore not only superior firepower, but greater opportunity. Every young person productively employed is one fewer in recruit for gangs. Every thriving business strengthens social stability. Every functioning school protects another generation from extremism. Every factory open and every investment secured becomes an investment in peace. Our security agenda must advance hand in hand with the economic agenda. Development is security. Infrastructure is security. Quality education is security. Employment is security. Inclusive governance is security. As former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan wisely observed, and I quote, "There is no development without security, and no security without development." End of quote. The administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, G7, recognizes this inseparable relationship between peace and development. While our security agencies continue their vital operations, the government is simultaneously pushing reforms to stimulate investment, expand infrastructure, create jobs, and restore confidence in our economy. Together, these efforts are laying the foundation of sustainable national stability. As representatives of the Nigerian people, we staunchly support every genuine initiative that promotes peace, national unity, and inclusive development. We shall continue to work with the executive, the judiciary, state governments, and all stakeholders to ensure that our democracy delivers not only political freedom, but also personal security and economic opportunity. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my hope is that this summit will be remembered not as another conference, but as a turning point. May today's conversations produce tomorrow's solutions. May the measure of our patriotism not be the problems we inherited, but the future we build together. The Southeast has always been a region of enterprise. Let it now become a model of peace. The Southeast has always been a center of innovation. Let it now become a beacon of stability. For when the Southeast prospers in peace, Nigeria prospers in strength. May God help us build a Nigeria where every citizen can live without fear, invest with confidence, work with dignity, and dream without limitation. May God bless the Southeastern Nigeria. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you.
Please, our special guest of honor deserves a most resounding round of applause. Thank you so very much, distinguished Senator Abdulaziz Musa Yaradua, delivering eloquently and incisively the remarks of the Senate President. We are most grateful, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we take the synopsis, which is to be delivered by the National Security Advisor, I crave your indulgence. We'll just take a little break and invite this eminent personality. In fact, she was the first to arrive in this hall. I'm talking of Honorable Justice Mary Odili, Justice of the Supreme Court. She had been here much earlier, and she will be returning back to Port Harcourt very shortly. So we'll take a break and take a goodwill message from her. Please let's welcome her with a most resounding round of applause. Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the drama. I've been sitting for too long. The Governor of Abia State and the chief host of today's occasion. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been spoken by the military, serving and retired, including General Ikemwachukwu. The legislature has spoken. However, nothing yet has been spoken about justice and peace. Justice and peace go together. Justice does not go alone. Peace does not go alone. They go together as Siamese twins that cannot be separated. I see myself in this unique position to speak briefly in that regard. A lot of concern has been made in the society about whether justice is what it should be. Justice delivered by the blind adjudicator without bias. In that regard,
Just as security, the military has told us that it is not for the military alone. Justice will not be delivered effectively just by only judges, magistrates, or those in adjudication. Some people have grounds about some judges. Please send your petitions to the National Judicial Council. The Chief Justice of Nigeria attends to every petition that comes against any judicial officer. But some petitions come in a watery form, without facts, without the materials upon which that petition is to be attended to. Remember, the judge you are accusing or you think has infracted has his fair hearing, and so can extricate himself from the condemnation or the accusation if the petition is watery, does not have the necessary facts upon which it can be handled. I will give you an example. When I was in the Supreme Court, there was a petition against me that I will favor the governor of Bauchi State, that I had attended his swearing-in ceremony in Bauchi. On the same day, I attended the governor's inauguration in Port Harcourt. I cannot be in two places at the same time. And so it was easy for me to call attention to where I had been on the material date. Hence, I will implore the general public, if you are not satisfied with what had happened in the court, kindly send your petitions to the National Judicial Council, but with the necessary materials and raw facts with which the petition will be attended. I assure you, I am a member of the National Judicial Council. Once your facts are verified and they have the necessary credence, the infracting judge will get the necessary punishment. And I will implore that we continue to have confidence in our judiciary, because we need the judiciary more than any other thing to help us in democracy or the maintenance of peace in our society. Therefore, as the military are doing their bit, the civil society also carrying out their responsibilities to ensure peace and stability. The judiciary will give you the necessary justice we all desire. And where we are not satisfied, we petition to the National Judicial Council. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is my brief goodwill message. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, the wonderful women from Imo State. We are grateful. A most resounding round of applause for Honorable Justice Mary Odili. Thank you so very much, ma'am. Like I said, she was the earliest dignitary that came into this hall. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with the program, we have now come to one of the most significant segments of today's summit. An informed understanding of the prevailing security landscape is essential to developing effective, coordinated, and sustainable responses to the challenges confronting the Southeast region. The synopsis to be presented will provide a strategic overview of the current security situation in the Southeast, highlighting emerging threats, ongoing interventions, and opportunities for enhanced collaborations among stakeholders. It is therefore my singular honor and privilege to invite the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu MNI, ably represented by Major General Hilary Mabeoku, to present the synopsis of the security situation in the Southeast. Please let's welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
The special guest of honor, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Major General Hilary Mabeoku, Director of Defense Affairs at the Office of the National Security Advisor, and a proud son of the Southeast, sharing 2 states. I'm from ENUGU State, and my wife is from Abia State, precisely Umahi. This afternoon, I will be making a presentation on the synopsis of the security situation in the Southeast. And this I will be doing on behalf of the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu. So I'll just go ahead and read the presentation as approved by the National Security Advisor. I'm honored to address this distinguished gathering of the Southeast Regional Security Summit. Let me begin by commending the organizers for the timeliness of convening the summit under the theme Collaborative Approaches to Strengthening Security and Regional Stability. In line with the theme, I will be speaking on the security states of the Southeast region. By way of introduction, the Southeast geopolitical zone, comprising Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states, is home to some of Nigeria's most economically dynamic zones, encompassing international trading to small-scale manufacturing. Over the past decade, however, the zone has been plagued with persistent, low-intensity security crisis. Major threats have included separatist agitations, criminal activities, and scattered incidents of communal violence. This has led to an expanded policing footprint in the region to stem the tide of the crisis. The threats and increased policing, however, had negative socioeconomic impact on the development of the region and affected daily life and mobility across the zone. In this context, holding of this summit towards developing collaborative approaches for addressing the threats and restoring socioeconomic growth and development in the Southeast region is considered timely. Knowledge of some of the long-standing socioeconomic grievances driving some of the threats being discussed is assumed and will not be covered. It is against this backdrop that this presentation seeks to give a synopsis of the current security situation in the Southeast. My presentation will cover the current threat landscape, efforts being made to address the threats, and a few suggestions on the way forward. Now let's begin with the current trend landscape of the Southeast region. As earlier highlighted, The threat profile of the Southeast geopolitical zone is a mix of separatist agitation-driven activities, criminal, economy-led security incidents, as well as communal headers-driven violence. While these threats tend to overlap and blur into each other, they are discussed separately for context, starting with separatist agitation-driven activities. Separatist agitations constitute the main drivers of insecurity in the Southeast region. Major non-state actors in this respect include the proscribed indigenous peoples of Biafra, its armed wing, the Eastern Security Network, and splinter groups like the Biafra Republic government in exile. The modus operandi of these groups has included enforcement of sit-at-home directives in the 5 states in the region, attacks on military and police installations, as well as anti-government psychological operations and misinformation campaigns. Now let's look at enforcement of sit-at-home orders. The enforcement of Monday sit-at-home orders began in August 2021, and its compliance has been sustained through violence and intimidation against non-compliant individuals and businesses. Competing and contradictory sit-at-home directives from various separatist factions have at times also worsened the violence. Its enforcement typically shuts down socio-economic activities, including markets, schools, and transport across the Southeast. This has arguably been the most damaging aspect of the crisis, as its weekly enforcement has resulted in financial losses running into trillions of naira since it started. The induced atmosphere of fear and uncertainty further led to increased cost of doing business and discouraged foreign direct investments. While efforts by the federal and state governments have led to substantial reduction in recent times, there is the need for sustained vigilance to counter the threats, especially during potential flashpoint periods, which is usually tied to major secessionist-related pronouncements, events, or possible retaliations. Now we look at attacks on military and police installations. IPOB and ESN elements carry out sneak attacks on military and police units, checkpoints, and personnel. These are often done in disguised police or military uniforms with a view to discrediting military and paramilitary forces, degrading security capabilities, and stamping the authority in the minds of indigents. In some instances, these were retaliatory attacks on security infrastructure for ancillary issues. Notably, while these attacks and ambushes still intermittently occur in isolated locations, they have been significantly reduced in recent times, especially in urban areas, due to sustained pressure on strongholds and network. Continued vigilance is still, however, imperative to completely eliminate the threats to security facilities and personnel. Next is psychological operations and misinformation campaigns. Another separatist-induced threat has been the weaponization of online media for anti-government propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation. This is the fastest growing threat domain, as it employs digitally generated and manipulated deepfakes and artificial intelligence contents to incite violence, hate speech, and fake news. The Office of the National Security Advisor notes that the information domain in the Southeast remains a significant security concern due to the wide reach of online social media platforms and the region's large demographic audience. Conversely, states' capabilities to contain cyber threats in their domain have not kept pace. This is characterized by limited technical capacity for timely cyber threat detection and response. There is consequently the need to develop structured institutional capability to close the gaps. Now let's have a look at the criminal economy-led security incidents. Criminal activities driven by economic incentive constitute another fast-growing threat in the Southeast. These include kidnapping, drug trafficking, cultism, urban gang violence, illegal mining, trafficking of small arms and ammunition, local fabrication of weapons, pipeline vandalism, and crude oil thefts. What is particularly worrisome is the blurring of the lines between ideological separatist militants and pure criminal gangs due to their employment of similar tactics. In fact, criminal gangs increasingly claim IPOB or the ESN identity to extort, intimidate, or settle disputes, thereby blurring the lines between ideologically motivated separatist violence and opportunistic crime. Accordingly, the threat profile in the Southeast region has shifted from one of purely insurgency-led to criminal economy-led insecurity. Now let's have a look at headers-driven violence. Headers-driven violence in the Southeast region arises from intercommunal and farmer headers conflicts. These typically involve armed mass casualty attacks, large-scale kidnappings, and killing of abductees, as well as farmer and headers clashes between communal groups. These clashes connect to the broader Fulani header tensions being experienced across the North Central and the Northwest geopolitical zones. Another dimension to the headers conflict is the ESN's stated founding purpose of protecting southeastern communities from headers incursion. Headers typically crisscross states and international borders in grazing their cattle, which makes the cross-border nature of this threat a dynamic and continuously evolving one for which interstate regional arrangements are essential for addressing. Now let's take a look at the efforts to ensure security and stability in the Southeast region. States and federal government efforts to ensure normalcy can be categorized into security and developmental in nature. Let's begin with security efforts. Current security efforts range from operational to tactical level, engagements against diffuse and mobile adversary elements. At the operational level, the armed forces of Nigeria, in conjunction with other security agencies, have been conducting sustained counterinsurgency operations in the Southeast under Joint Task Force Operation Udoka since 2021. Complementary to the Joint Task Force have been tactical level clearance operations under Operation Eastern Sanity, which has been conducting raids on hideouts, arms caches, and forest camps. The operational tempo has been heightened in 2026. For instance, in February, the Joint Task Force stormed and dismantled the notorious Modern Valley Enclave, while in March, it dismantled the Camp Badania stronghold, both in Anambra State. Also, in June, arms caches were recovered from concealed hideouts in ENUGU State, while explosives were recovered in Anambra State. Notably, most of the kinetic operations have shifted from urban settings to remote rural areas with difficult terrain advantages for the insurgent elements. There has consequently been increasing need for intelligence-driven strikes and clearance operations against an adversary with more knowledge about the environment. Now we look at the developmental efforts. On the aspect of development, the federal and state governments have been making efforts to upgrade and expand infrastructure in the Southeast. Worthy of note are the various construction projects being executed by the 5 state governors. Also noteworthy is the federal government's approval of the construction of several road projects. These include the Otocha-Anam Abaji Road, the Obanewi-Ugaihuge Road, and the rehabilitation of ENUGU Expressway, which are part of the efforts to strengthen regional connectivity, reduce travel time, and facilitate trade. Now you look at the noticeable security trends. Despite the general security issues earlier highlighted, it is essential to note that the Office of the National Security Advisor's half-year assessment of the current national security architecture revealed that the Southeast geopolitical zone recorded the highest regional stability for the period covering 1st of January to 30th June 2026. This reverses its hitherto lower stability profile recorded in 2021 to 2023. This trend would be attributed to significantly improved interagency synergy between military and paramilitary forces and security agencies at both state and federal levels in the Southeast. These trends are encouraging and needs to be sustained. Another noticeable trend is a fragmentation of the separatist movements into competing factions, leading to divergent and sometimes conflicting directives. This could be traced to a widening gap between the original political framing of key groups like IPOB and underlying criminal economy that has grown up around the sit-at-home enforcement, kidnapping, and extortion. This gap has led, for instance, to unauthorized actors capitalizing on separatist branding to perpetuate crimes for their own economic ends. This traces back to why criminal activities and violence now constitute one of the fastest growing threats in the Southeast. Consequently, though overall insecurity may persist, increased fragmentation of threat actors will reduce their central command authority and weaken their cohesion and capabilities. Now, let's have a brief look on the way forward. Drawing from the foregoing, I would like to offer a few suggestions for consideration towards improving the security architecture at the state and regional levels. First is the need for community-based early warning systems. The Southeast geography is characterized by heavily forested terrains and hard-to-reach remote locations. This provides spaces and conditions for threat actors to easily hide, perpetuate crimes, and flee. Furthermore, disputes occur in remote areas long before security forces are able to intervene. This calls for urgent need to set up community-based early warning systems linked to desk offices in state security networks. Next is the state-level fusion centers. States are encouraged to establish fusion centers for coordinating intelligence gathering and response operations. An example is the Command and Control Center set up by the ENUGU state government. Now let's have a look at the National Forest Guards. The federal government, through the Office of the National Security Advisor, has been expanding and harmonizing modalities for the Forest Guard security outfits. States are encouraged to formally apply to the National Security Advisor towards establishing same to improve the security in the forests and uncovered spaces. Then the domestication of the national security strategy to the state level. Another major takeaway I'm suggesting is that states document their security strategies in line with the national security strategy. The current 2019 security strategy is being updated, and it is necessary that states use the final document as a template for guiding and aligning their security strategies to the national framework. In conclusion, the Southeast zone's security situation in recent times has been stable, though with intermittent non-state actor-driven low-intensity agitations and crime that periodically disrupt socio-economic activities. Overall, while the zone has not experienced conflicts at the scale of the Northeast insurgency or Northwest banditry, the combination of separatist political grievances and criminal opportunism creates a fragile peace that needs a holistic regional collaborative effort to resolve and to address. Thank you for your rapt attention. God bless Abia State. God bless the Southeast region. God bless the armed forces of Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Please, let's put our hands together for the representative of the National Security Advisor for that in-depth and thought-provoking synopsis. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, okay, group photograph. Okay, we'll have the group photograph. Okay, sir. Please let me invite our very esteemed guest on the front row to please step out. Thank you so very much. All our eminent personalities on the front row, please. And immediately after the group photograph, our very esteemed host has graciously approved that we go for lunch. Lunch is served. So we're going to go for lunch immediately, and that will take us for just 30 minutes. Then we will return. We will return for the business of the day. The real business of the day. We've not taken the keynote address. A highly respected former Chief of Army Staff is well prepared to give us the keynote address. The governor has magnanimously directed that we have lunch immediately after the group photograph. So please, ushers, direct our eminent personalities to fetch their meals. The lunch will take just 30 minutes, then we'll return back, we'll reconvene. We'll reconvene at 4 p.m. for the business of the day.
Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.